We've never been this way before. This way, this journey forward, this exploration of health in such fashion. I was challenged by two people. One was a dear friend, and the other a stranger. The stranger asked to me at an event that I was speaking at, what about women's health when it comes to artificial intelligence? Who are the people that are building these innovative products and platforms for me when it comes to my health as a woman? Who is building the AI? As deep as we know that artificial intelligence is becoming in many different verticals, in health, it is a game changer. We've come to unpack this today on several different fronts, for several different verticals, with several different leaders from around the world. Welcome to GatherVerse Women's Health Summit 2025, which we're looking forward to having GatherVerse Men's Health Summit later on this year, scheduled. We're happy to see so many of you that have come to rendezvous with us again. We're streaming and multi-broadcasting from around the world and restreaming at different streams. We meet at the intersection of emerging technologies and humanity with a distinct focus, having one global conversation at a time on accessibility and education, equality, community development, safety, privacy, wellness, ethics, care, compassion, and more. We've now done this over 30 times, these GatherVerse Global Virtual Summits. And in many ways, we feel like we just began. There's a lot to unpack. We want you to tell a friend, tell a neighbor, tell a colleague, share this free event that's being produced. When I think about health and wellness, an area and a subject that we've covered greatly, but not enough, there's still so much more before AI even arrived that we didn't know. Now, there's even more that we don't know. But what happens, as I said before, now that it's come to pass, what happens when the technology becomes more advanced than the technologist? This has happened. But what happens when the technology becomes more advanced than the health practitioner? Is that possible? That's a very thin line. There are things we need to know. The stranger who challenged me and asked me in front of many people, what about women's health? And to my dear friend who said, Christopher, we need to understand more about women's health in this AI era of emerging technologies. I challenge you to present this to the global GatherVerse community. It's challenge accepted, graciously. Prepare for our next roundtable discussion. It will go by fast, all of this. 2 days. And we have the opportunity to do it together. May our gather be well. And greetings, roundtables, panelists. Greetings, GatherVerse community. We come to you today ready to explore We're different leaders from around the world, voices, human hearts, that have come to assemble with us today. Panelists, I would ask that you please mute your mics until called upon. We have a lot to be able to go round robin. There's a lot to express. It's great to see so many of you that have joined with us in Global Assembly once before. We're so happy to have each of you today. What I want to do, Roundtable, is I want to ask you to briefly and rather quickly present who you are and why you've decided to come here to join in Global Assembly with us today. We'll begin with Trina. It's good to see you again.
Good morning. So my name is Trina L. Hill, and why this is important to me is, to be quite frank, I am a woman. I am a Black woman. I am a woman of color. I'm a woman of a certain age. And the more and more I matriculate through the healthcare system, AI becomes more and more important as my providers provide care for me, but also as I leverage my technology lens in that experience.
Thank you so much.
That's why I'm here today. Thanks for having me.
We're very happy to have you. Medea.
Hi everyone, I'm Madiha Shakil Mirza. I'm an artificial intelligence engineer at Avanade. I'm based in Chicago, and I'm very excited to join you all today at GatherVerse Women's Health Summit. As a woman and as an AI engineer, I'm passionate about developing solutions that benefit all women around the world. And that's why I decided to join you here today. And thank you so much, Christopher, for offering us a platform to express our concerns, share our experiences, so we can all work together to build a future where AI benefits all women.
Thank you, Medea. We're grateful for the opportunity to be here and assemble with you as such. Michael.
Hello, Christopher, and hello to my esteemed panel. Hi, Trina, Medea, and Key. I am 20 years in the medical distribution, logistics, and research space, and I have seen firsthand how technology can improve women's health. So I'm here today to give examples of that. I'm also going to touch on how technology can impact the success or failure of women's healthcare development. I've seen that firsthand here in Ireland, which I'll elaborate on a little bit about some cytology screening a couple of years ago, where detection was not identified in the correct manner. So that'll be one of the areas I'll be touching on in our panel talk today, in terms of the pros and the cons of our use of technology in making sure that we get the deliverables we want to see. I'm delighted to be here.
Thank you, Michael. We're delighted to have you. Key.
Hey, good morning, everyone. My name is Key. Of course, I'm here because I'm always excited to be at these summits. If I could never miss one, I wouldn't. But first of all, I'm here because definitely, of all things, I'm a woman. Second of all, I've been in healthcare also for 25 years. So I enjoy being in spaces where I can not only gain knowledge, but also provide some of my expertise at the same time. So that is why I am here today, and nice meeting everyone.
Key, it's very, very joyous to have you here with us once again in Global Assembly. Thank you, Roundtable panelists, for being able to join us on this excursion. Permit me to be able to set the stage so that we can continue to move forward. There's a lot that's going to be said. I'd ask that you would answer your questions in a good but yet hurried, if you will, cadence to be able to address so much of what needs to be said and expressed. I'll call upon you, and until then, please mute your mic and let's chop wood. So here's the situation that we find ourselves in right now, that artificial intelligence, it's not new, if you will, but there's been so much that's been expressed and unpacked. And sure, we could be a platform that can spin, as is perhaps today is long, talking about large language foundational models and small models, agentics, which is just so buzzy, and start talking about all the other different things that really make up the capacity of the models that we're using today whether we're dealing with chain of thought reasoning, extended chain of thought reasoning, larger context windows, various protocols, so forth and so on, and perhaps we will. But I want to meet this at this intersection, as it's stated, when we start thinking about healthcare, we start thinking about wellness. We know that there's platforms right now, this day, this morning, this afternoon, where you find yourself around the world, metropolitan, transcontinental, that are gearing up. They're working with doctors and medical practitioners and nurses and specialists right now, training these models to be able to be proficient in operating within emergency situational systems and more. And part of the justification for this is we time after time here in many places around the world, there's simply not enough health practitioners to be able to address the world when it comes to treating those that are ill and those that are of disease, if you will. And so looking at the capabilities of these models, they can now see, they can now speak, they can now hear, they can now address situations medically. Some people get great advice from AI today, dare I say, with a grain of salt. I would say to be cautious of that for anyone that is, because we know that AI is extraordinary when it comes to telling a fib or two. But here's where I want to lean in with this before we address the question on the stage. When you're looking at this vertical of artificial intelligence and health specific, from your area of expertise, what is the most pressing thing that we need to know of that you're looking at that has not been addressed, that should be addressed in rather urgency when it comes to this? And then there's a follow-up with that. Trina, please.
Yeah, so I'll say quickly from a technology, I'll give you the technology answer and then the personal answer. So from a technology perspective, I'm going to say resiliency and governance. So number one, we will implement AI. We're going to leverage it. We're going to depend on it. But then if it goes away, right, if your servers crash, right, the electricity goes out in your data center or in the cloud, as most folks call it, right, what are you going to do? So that's one issue. From a governance perspective, yeah, the models are there, but when were the last time did you look at them? You've implemented them or you've now pushed out agents. When was the last time that you looked at, are they still doing what they're supposed to be doing? Are you governing them? Are they impacting the health of the individuals? Are we seeing greater risk? Are we seeing greater deaths? Are you governing what you've now implemented? From a personal perspective, what concerns me is the people that are coding these models. Do they look like me? Do they talk to me? Have they created a space where they have diverse perspectives? Or quite frankly, are there a bunch of men who are going in a room that have no knowledge of my background, no knowledge of anything that a woman really goes through?
Sure.
And someone's told them to code something that will impact women's lives as they continue to matriculate through the healthcare system. So
Trina,
those are my top three.
Trina, we're going to get back and address that. You're spot on with much of this when it comes to the narrative of the question I asked. And I rather feel it's a perfect time, Adia, to bring you in, being that you're an engineer, being that you inherently deal with data scientists by nature of what it is that you do. Let's address some of these things, please.
Yeah. So one of the things that AI, one of the positive things that AI is bringing to women's health is that traditionally women's healthcare was focused only on women's reproductive health. But women's health is so much more. Women's health encompasses mental, physical, social well-being, and all of these are interconnected. And one positive thing is that AI understands this interconnectedness because it's trained on advanced algorithms. So it takes into account the entire picture. It understands women's whole bodies instead of just a particular part of a woman's body. So that's one of the positive benefits that AI is bringing to women's health. Regarding the governance, regarding the limitations, is that AI models are only as good as the data they're trained on. So if the data they're trained on is incomplete or biased, it can have disastrous consequences, fatal outcomes, misdiagnosis, wrong treatments. And one of the reasons for bias in women's healthcare, as Trina mentioned, like, do the people who are developing the solutions, do they look like us? Do they understand us? So until 1993, FDA did not allow women to participate in clinical trials. So historically, the data that AI models were trained on was based on male physiology, and it did not consider women's entire body, women's need, the overall picture of a woman's health. So that's one of the limitations of AI in women's health. So to address that, we need developers that understand women's the entire perspective of a woman's health. And we need more women developers. We need more women software engineers. We need more women in the AI sector so they can develop solutions that benefit women, all women.
I find that rather fascinating. As a follow-up, Medea, when you express that AI does know women's bodies, I start to think about the structures and its properties, the anatomical structures of the human body, if you will, and the fact that we know that doctors are still practicing, that they haven't even completely found or wrapped their minds around the capacity of the human body itself. Is there any concern that you have with that translating towards engineers, if you will, and more data scientists getting in the room? Must the relationship extend further, perhaps to the layman, the laywoman, and those that are in the medical field as well?
Concerns regarding
understanding the human body itself when it comes to training the data sets that it can be programmed and managed by the data engineers.
So I think we need updated clinical data sets. We need physicians' input in how the models are being trained. And one of the things that's happening is these medical colleges, these medical schools, these universities, they're involving physicians, they're involving physician assistants, they're involving doctors, nurses, and healthcare research, and they're getting their input in the data sets that are used to develop these AI models. These are artificial intelligence apps, artificial intelligence models. Now, software developers, software engineers, AI engineers, they are working in tandem with healthcare professionals to make sure that their perspective, their consideration, their concerns, their experiences, they're taken into account while building the solutions, while developing the solutions. So we just don't have written data. We just don't want data from clinical studies. We want data from real life. We want data from people who practice in the field, who see things firsthand, who see things in real time. So this is one of the good things that is happening, is that healthcare professionals are being involved in AI development. So the solutions we are building has perspective from people who see these situations in real life, who treat these diseases, who diagnose these diseases, who provide treatments. So that's one of the good things that's happening recently.
Fantastic to hear, and I'm thankful that you brought and expressed the need for updated clinical data sets. And there will be some follow-up with that, because I'm thinking on now the narrative that when they are dealing with doctors and medical practitioners, Michael, when we see this happening in this space is collaboration, if you will, not only with the human, but machine collaboration with the capacity of these deep research models and what they're capable of doing. And you come from a space where you've already mentioned that things can go wrong. Surely that will. And so while Medea is expressing to the upside, which we embrace, if you will, hopefully it's embraced. Michael, what are you seeing on the flip side of that and complement?
So I think here's the juxtaposition, Chris, and to the panel. The benefits are quite obvious and can be startling, in the sense of an ability to look at analyzing medical information, making diagnostics, supporting healthcare in clinical trials. And I think Medea made the point about data and the lack of data. I mean, the irony is, as pointed out, clinical trials per se, and it's quite a generalization of the assessment of the space up until 1993, had a male orientation towards the results, and the women element of that and the subcategories was seen as a struggle. Fast forward 25, 30 years, and that landscape has changed. And in fact, to Trina's point, in terms of looking at and those in the space. I would say from my work at CoolReach, and we're very involved in clinical trial and logistics and development and research, supporting companies in this area, is that many of the people we work with are women, analysts, scientists, data analysts. One springs to mind, Mairead Fleming, a phenomenal leader from European Biological Data Center. So there is a lot of work being done around improving the data sets when it comes to adaptability and use of AI. But I do start again with that caveat of a wariness of how the data is materialized into usability factors. So that's the area that there's very stern reviews happening in terms of the efficiency and the efficacy of the data sets from the algorithms and everything that's being inputted is going to bring us the type of diagnostic results. Again, I mentioned ovarian cancer, i.e. cytology as a therapeutic area. So there are various other streams of the cancer areas that the question still remains, will AI present us with the core absolute categoric results that we want to see in terms of KPIs, key performance indicators, for a clinical study protocol, or just regular day-to-day checks?
Sure.
And that is the part of the conversation as we're having today, and that I'm quite fascinated by.
Michael, let me ask you this before we go too far on the miles on the highway here. When you say that we want to see, when we start talking about these KPIs, who are setting the key performance indicators? Who is setting the focal point? Who are those people and those that are setting these benchmarks and standards that so-called represent all of us, please?
Yeah, so I mean, I started my opening remarks around looking at a case study. There was a challenge here in Ireland, and a wonderful lady who sadly is no longer with us, Vicky Phelan, had received results of absolutely 100% okay test results from basic cervical check tests in 2011. And I was involved a little bit in this industry, but that cervical cytology analysis result piece was brought to a other entity, not in Ireland, where automation of the actual test, so from the papillomavirus smear test, where advancements have been made in the ability to extract the cells for screening purposes in an automated system. In fact, there was obviously errors made within that because smear screen checks were unfortunately missed. And Vicky was one of a few ladies who had unfortunately suffered from these misinterpretations. So therefore, when it comes to looking at AI from a medical standpoint, and for practitioners and across cancerous research teams all across the globe, or other areas of therapeutic importance for women, that part of the jigsaw for me is what we're all striving to seeing as we can absolutely hedge, not so much bets on it, but that what we will see from AI will produce and improve. Because if it can't give us that, well then, that's where we have to have very strict regulatory systems in place to ensure that specific types of testing are done from a diagnostic perspective.
Michael, I'm glad that you've left it there, and we'll pick that back up. We will pick that back up, because I start thinking about, we're talking about ethical governance structures, but then I'm thinking about the universality of AI and how it doesn't have any limits and bounds, if you will. It's not tethered to geographic central locations. It's not fenced, if you will, Key. When I start thinking about how widespread and this hyperscale development of this accelerated fashion in which we're innovating and developing, and I think about that, Michael, because I know here in the United States we have HIPAA compliancy, but I know that in South Korea, Seoul, if you will. That means nothing to them to that degree. They have their own standards. And the universality of AI and these models that are being widely adopted, if I'm sitting here adopting DeepSeek, for example, that's made in China, will it have the attention to detail, even if it's open source and democratized access and someone's white labeling in a hospital in Ohio or here in California? What ramifications might I have that it's not built with ethical governance structures? It's not HIPAA compliant. It doesn't have the safety and parameters, but we'll address that in just a little bit. Key, I'm rounding over to you when I think about who are the people that are rendezvousing and bringing, as Medea said, bringing these doctors and nurse practitioners with the real need to be able to update the clinical data set, the medical data set. Who are these people that are being routed in? We can ask that. But at the same time, I do want to address that question that's on the stage. What concerns exist regarding the bias in the AI healthcare models when diagnosing and treating women, as Michael had just let off? How apropos for us to be able to pass the baton to you. What are your concerns with this, Key? Or the
Sure.
Sure.
Can everyone hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, great. A lot of the concerns that we have are delayed diagnoses. You know, we all know that AI fails to recognize conditions that can be disproportionately affecting in women, such as autoimmune diseases and heart disease, which is very, very common and important that we address. So also racial and socioeconomic biases, especially in Black and brown women. You know, we face higher misdiagnosis rates due to the lack of the diverse data sets, you know. And of course, we don't want to keep harping on that about the underrepresentation in data sets, you know, but these models are trained basically mostly by males.
And can I just say that on top of that real quick? I have to say it. When we talk about the diverse data sets in data, let's also talk about the lack of diverse data sets here with the people that are actually in the room and the practitioners themselves. Go ahead.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But yeah, like I was saying, we don't want to keep harping on that. But, you know, the data sets basically are trained by males, which, you know, leads to misdiagnoses, you know, in women. And also the gendered pain biases. AI models may reinforce existing biases where women's pain is often dismissed, and not only dismissed, but undertreated. So, but I can talk about some solutions to reduce that also, you know, and we can ensure that the AI is trained on inclusive data sets that represent women of all ages and races, and also the socioeconomic backgrounds. And also the bias audits and regulations. AI healthcare tools should undergo mandatory testing for gender biases before they are actually deployed. And the inclusion of women in AI development, more women in AI leadership. You know, we need that so we can continue to shape ethical and unbiased technology.
Thank you for sharing that, Key, and those specific points. We'll pick up some of that as we route over to Samaya. We greet you, Samaya. We know that you're late to the stage, but you're certainly not a stranger to the GatherVerse community. Briefly, please introduce yourself in the quickest of fashions and why you arrived, and then I'll follow up with a quick question to you, and then Michael and Medea, Trina, Key. We have a lot more to unpack here. Samaya, please.
Sure. Hello, everyone. So I lead product and technology teams for global startups, and I have worked with Fortune 100 companies as well. And I also do research in computational biology, biotechnology, bioengineering, and biotech. So that's a little bit about myself. Chris, would you like me to answer this question as well, which we are discussing on the stage right now?
I have a specific question for you, Samaya, that I just want to squarely be able to route in with you. Let's talk about this for a second. From your lens perspective and from the things that you're already working on with the other different ambitious projects, we've had opportunities to talk about this, but let's look from the value as a woman. Do you have a concern with the power of what we see happening at the scalability at which the pace that we see AI coming to the scene? Do you have a concern, or do you have a solution to be able to address to the world, or perhaps even a question when it comes to the application of what AI could do, what prospectively it could be in the medical theater as we know it today and perhaps tomorrow?
Sure. I would like to say that building on what Key and Michael has just said, I think at the speed which AI is evolving at this point in time, we have to be very mindful that AI models are as good as the data input to them. So if the data input to them is biased, for example, as Key and Michael pointed out, pointed out, or if the data itself is not clean enough, or it's not, like I would say, in the form which is required for the AI model to perform, to provide a certain outcome, then the AI model is not reliable or efficient or effective in itself. So I think we have to be very mindful about two factors here, that when we say that AI models are evolving at an exponential pace, which they are, but are they evolving to come up with the required outcomes in an effective and efficient manner? That's first question, which we all need to ask as industry practitioner. And the second question I would like to address from a researcher point of view, when I do my research in computational biology or biotechnology or bioengineering or bioinformatics, and I get it published, the biggest challenge which we face in that research is that what Key has mentioned, we don't even have data for most women. Like women of color and black and brown women, they are even a more minority subset within a bigger women group. But most of the data in healthcare or health tech, whatever you want to call it, or computational biology, it's available on men. So if, for example, you're trying to write something, or you're trying to do a research on something to build an AI model, for example, on breast cancer cells, which I do pretty often, we don't even have data for women to an extent, or to a number, or to a amount, or to a quantity which we need to train our AI model. So the question here is that if the data is not available for women, then as Key rightly pointed out, if most of the researchers and implementers or practitioners are men themselves, and then finally the AI trainers are mostly men as well. So
Sure.
then the question here is how accurate the outcome of that AI model is. And I
That's
will leave the rest of the speakers and our audiences with that question, and we can answer that throughout this session.
Samaya, I think that's brilliant on so many different fronts. You know, I sit here and listen under the sound of your voice, and each of you, rather, on what you're expressing. There's a study that's happening in the UK with, I believe, 4,000 women to undergo breast cancer screening with just a test to be able to even understand what is the best approach to even be able to challenge this and to tackle this. And I'm glad to hear this is the case. But to come off the heels of what you're saying, Samaya, over to you, Trina, is look, the reality is there's going to be companies tonight and tomorrow that are saying, we're ready. AI is completely ready to infiltrate the healthcare sector as we know it. It's completely ready. It's well prepared. And the reality is that it's not ready. Just as many doctors and practitioners, as Keith talked about, misdiagnosing, they're not as ready and as equipped as they want to be. Mind you, doing their best, if you will. We want to support our frontline workers to the best that we can. But at the same time, we want to be able to give credence to allow those that may imbibe, if you will, whether on the practitioner level, private, whether in the public sector, whether on general practitioner, if you will, that these machines aren't as ready and prepared as we know it yet. Now, here's the route in, Trina. Based on this question that's on this screen, I'm here in Silicon Valley. OpenAI, Anthropic, NVIDIA, Microsoft, Google. As much as I enjoy these platforms, I know that many of those people could care less of when it comes to the equality, if you will, of women's health and who's in the room that are actually building these capable and powerful models, whether it's AWS, Bedrock, or what have you. My concern is, how do we even let them hear? Because right now, they're in a global AI arms race, building as fast as they can. How do we keep them whole?
Yeah, so number one, I think that there is power inside of those organizations. So number one, I would say for the women that are sitting in those organizations that have a voice, and I'm not going to even just say from women in technology. I'm going to say women that are on the business side of those companies as well. Because the reality is that's where the money happens. The money does not happen in technology. By the time the money trickles down to technology, the business folks have already had a conversation around the business case for leveraging AI to solve this particular problem, right? Or to provide this particular service or product. So number one, I think the women in those organizations must say to their leaders, hey, I know we're implementing this, but did we talk to women? Can we leverage the women that are inside of our company to feed data into AI if those women are willing to do that? So number one, I think that the women in your house, you need to listen to. So that's number one. Number two, I think as consumers, we need to ask the question, who built it? When did they build it? And how can we trust it? Because you know, and I know people are not going to use things they don't trust.
Sure.
Right. And it's not us. We're not the ones that are typically in the rooms where AI is always being discussed. It's typically, it could be my mother who's in her 70s and her doctor's talking fast and he's leveraged this data. He's going to say, yeah, I have this new computer tool that told me exactly what's wrong with you. She doesn't know enough to ask the question. She doesn't know. She's just going to take it because she can't. She doesn't understand. And she's just going to trust her doctor.
Trina, let me follow up with that too.
Yeah.
And these models are so convincing to allow you to believe that they are trustworthy.
Correct.
What are we equipped with to be able to validate the ground truth of whether they're trustful or not? Please.
I think we have to understand that when we walk into any healthcare facility that we own our health. And it is our responsibility to ask questions and not to just automatically take what the doctor says. And it's also our right to tell the doctor, I do not want you to leverage AI in order for you to diagnose me. Or if you are leveraging AI, I want you to tell me what it gave you in addition to what are you bringing to this diagnosis. We cannot remove people from the experience of healthcare. And I know AI is great and AI is big. And I'm not saying AI does not have a place, because I definitely see the benefits, but we cannot remove human experience in this. Because again, I may be an outlier. I may be that one person. The AI says the diagnosis is supposed to be XYZ. And I may be that one person because of my genetics. That's an outlier. And that one diagnosis could cause you to potentially kill me by giving me the wrong medication, right? And so the thing let me round it out by saying this. Women that are in these organizations, they need to make sure that they're speaking up. If they have a seat at the table, they need to use it. They need to use their voice, and then they figure out how can they impact the data sources that are being built, these models that are being built in the organizations, whether it be on the technology side or the business side. Right? Because here's the reality. Those decisions are going to impact our health, maybe not today, but down the road. The second thing is we should ask, how are you getting this diagnosis? Where did this data come from?
Sure.
And then we need to advocate for ourselves if we want you to leverage the data. If I were to go into surgery today, I have a choice as to have a human do surgery on me or to have a bot do it. I'm going to ask for a human every time. And the only reason is I would rather have your experience than a computer that could fail and you may not even know it failed until you've killed me.
You know what's fascinating about that? I think what we just uncovered here, panel, and Medea, we're about to route over to you, and just wait for this 2 tons just to come over and drop in your lap. But let's unpack that. Let's get closer for a second on that, what Trina just expressed. Because on one hand, there is need for more data. I think that we've all agreed that there's more need for women's data. At the same time, there are those that are building out these data sets with, going back to what you actually said, Medea, and scaling up the clinical data set. But there are those that have concern. What are you doing with my data? Who is going to be the keeper and the handling of my data, as Samaya is addressing as well? What about my sovereign identity, if you will, my anatomical data, my personal data? And when I ingress into an environment of a hospital setting with 29 different departments, roughly, if you will, in there, and Michael, you'll be able to address on this in just a second as well. When I step into this environment, Medea, when that real-time experience, let's say a VJEP, a world model is happening, when that experience is happening, who owns my living data when I ingress into an environment is the first concern that I want us to address, Medea, if we can. And then second, when it comes to the need for more women's data, if we don't have the necessary safety and ethical boundaries of privacy, who would want to volunteer their data in the first place? The tech companies could say. And so it seems like we have a bit of an impasse, if you will, that there's a need for more data, but there's also a need for more trust standards for us to want to be able to submit our data, or for women, if you will, and men to submit their data to these people that are building out the models. Doctors, we have more trust with to a degree. Technologists, you're asking me to do the same thing that I would do for a doctor? I don't know about that. Medea.
Yeah, so I would like to share a very interesting example. So, following the overturning of Roe v. Wade, concerns arose that apps that collect and store personal reproductive health data, such as menstrual tracking apps, there were like news reports that these apps could be bought, sold, or accessed by law enforcement to prosecute anyone seeking or considering an abortion. Um, and this led to many women deleting these apps because of the concerns that your private, your sensitive healthcare data can be sold so openly without your explicit consent. um, and then another concern is that some AI powered health apps, they have been found sharing user data with advertisers or third party companies, even when they download the app and they explicitly say that I do not want my data to be shared. Still, some of these apps have been found selling this user data, and users don't even know about that. Um, and so I feel like to protect women's privacy, policymakers must enforce strict data protection regulations that specifically prohibit the sale of reproductive health data. And also, there should be stringent laws that require companies to implement end-to-end encryption. And women, like we should also be vigilant in reviewing app privacy policies and choosing apps with strong data security measures. But there are just so many concerns, like our private data, which we feel like we are safe while using these apps or AI systems. We feel that we are safe, but at the background, we don't know what's happening with our data. We don't know like who in the world has access to our personal data.
That's right. As I hear on the heels of what you just said, if you'll permit me to piggyback on that just for a second, Michael, we'll route over to you, then Key, Samaya, you're next. Let's talk about that for a second. We've been scrolling for years now, and the disclaimer in the box that we hurry up and click to so that we can get to whatever new app that we're about to use. And we just submitted our data to Google in dramatic ways. We've seen what the Zuckerbergs and the Googles of the world have done with our data. Now we're talking about our bodies. It's one thing the thumb scroll and for it to know where I'm going and navigating. It's a whole nother thing to understand internally and externally my body, the health, if you will, this machine, if I could put it like that. I have a bit of concern with that. Yet at the same time, Medea, you talked about policy, having that balance. But we now know in this AI arms race, and I have it on good authority, Meta, they've dramatically let go of so many of their policy people. Microsoft, they dramatically have fired so many of their policy people. Google and all these other platforms, I can't speak to them, but I can speak to the ones that I know have, that they've been asked on live camera, that it's been expressed. So when we think about traditional checks and balances of applications and technology and data sovereignty and privacy, I now have a real accountability concern, needless to say, of those that are in OpenAI Anthropic. What are you building and who's keeping the checks and balances when all your safety people are dropping out like left and right, bowing out? What is it that they're seeing and what is it that you're not permitting and letting them to do when it comes to the safety of the people deploying these massive models? Especially we know now that President Trump is in the White House. This isn't political. This is a fact that the regulatory and the safety parameter thresholds have now been left to the states here in the United States. I can't speak to that elsewhere. When it comes to the European Union Act, some say it's too stringent and they don't allow for innovation and growth. I think we have a lot of stuff to sort through, Michael, when it comes to this. What are you seeing in there in Ireland on this subject?
Yeah, Chris, I mean, I think I'll bring it to a more macro level, and just for our listeners and our audience, just to be reassured, the healthcare industry and the clinical space, whether you're a sponsor, be it a large company or a small and mid-sized biotech, everybody is very conscious of data. We can't sit here and say that the efficacy of running a clinical trial and making sure that that all hits the correct criteria and milestones, and data protection forms a very important key part of it. So there is a very wide acceptance at a macro level of the protection of patients' data. How it's secured, how it's minded, we would see in protocols of clinical trials one of the first documents would be the Data Protection Agreement. So you'd have a DPA. It's standard across the industry. So across the world, there's a conscious understanding that the data sets of privacy to an individual are absolutely vital to the running of a clinical trial. I mean, let's remember, getting a drug to market can be anything from 150 million to multiple billions. So ensuring data privacy within AI, decision making of healthcare, is very much looked at from a ethics perspective. So I think that's important to distinguish.
Thank you, Michael, for sharing that. That, believe it or not, brings a little bit of comfort that to know that there are those health organizations. And look, all of us have met some comfort in hospitals. I would like to hope that we have that our frontline workers that work so judiciously as hard as they do and so desperate sometimes to get necessary support, especially in a terrible time where we see research and scientists being dismissed quicker than I ate pancakes yesterday, if I ate them. But what I'm saying is that we see this happening in this world, Key, and we would like to think that everyone is held accountable and have their own standards within these organizations. But it seems to me that might this be an opportunity for us to start thinking about decentralization and the fact that maybe we should start looking at autonomous and being necessarily not too reliant on the different systems that are within these organizations, but can we bring it closer to home? You know, ladies and gentlemen, there was a time where there's a doctor that used to knock on your door and come do a hospital visit. But then someone had the big idea to be able to have the exact opposite effect, to ingress people in these large buildings and these fortifications for you to go and leave your home, whether you're feeling miserable or not, and to be able to go in these environments. But there are times they're able to treat you. I could imagine a world sooner rather than later where we have the necessary devices to be able to run our vitals and to be able to have doctors, practitioners come and join us. But even in a robotic field, as we see that coming up, Key, is this a time for us to explore new ways of how we navigate and when we start thinking about the medical theater as a whole? And who all has a seat at that table from at least your lens, Key?
I will say yes, but then I will say no, because there's nothing like the human intuition, the human touch. You know, AI cannot and should not ever replace your doctor, the doctor's experience, you know, the critical thinking, and of course, patient interaction. Like we want to talk with our doctor. We want to feel with our, feel our doctor. We always want that, that human interaction. And, we want to see we don't want to just see the nurses. We want to see our doctor face when we come out of surgery.
Key, I have to ask. So if there's a surgery that's happening with the Da Vinci machine, and there's a doctor that's in Costa Rica operating a Da Vinci machine, let's say here in Lucille Children's Packard Hospital in Stanford,
right?
And she is commanding this machine. She's operating, but it's the machine that's helping with the precisions. Let's say gestural interface, point cloud precision, everything goes smooth. Has a great track record. Mm-hmm. Are you still going to be hesitant in using and having that machine give you surgery?
Absolutely, I will. I'm sorry, it just have to be me personally. I can't speak for other patients. Me personally, it would have to be a life or death situation.
That's very interesting that you leave it at that, because I think that some people, especially in this world where we saw COVID-19, we saw the long lines in New York. We saw the great amount of people that expired in so many different situations. Absolutely. And a lot of that was because we were ill prepared to be able to take on this challenge. And at the same time, we certainly didn't have enough caregivers and practitioners to be able to address this situation. Samaya, let me route over to Samaya, and then we'll pick this back up. We'll go over lightning rounds for the next round. Thank you, Keith, for that. And thank you for your transparency of thought and honesty. And Samaya, when you think about this from this lens, let's kind of piece this all together. Audience, do you feel comfortable with the machine giving you an operation? I'd like for you to not only just to address any question box that you may find yourself in with GatherVerse. We have many scattered around, but ask yourself, ask a neighbor, ask a friend. How do you feel about that? Samaya, what are your thoughts extending?
Chris, on that, I would say that the augmentation of human physicians or doctors or healthcare workers along with AI models would be the best model going further. I don't think that people will be very comfortable completely or solely relying on AI models or AI diagnostic systems, diagnosing them, or at the same time doing surgeries on them or providing any type of treatments. And on that, there are two aspects of policing which I would really like to bring together, because you mentioned very pertinent points earlier in the conversation when you talk about the data privacy, that people, and specifically women, are not comfortable providing their data when it comes to very personal healthcare challenges, just because of the privacy concerns. So you rightly mentioned like some of the big tech industry names, that how the data has been leaked in the recent past. But I would also like to bring your attention to another policy facet or aspect of it, and I would like to give example of China here. So China is currently leading in the AI race. They have built a social system where you can bring someone's personal data, demographical data, their educational background, their family history, their medical history, as well as their social uh, history, and their like all different type of data could be put in one place, and then they assign a rank to an individual. So what's happening on the basis of that rank, that government is now controlling that who will get into what job, who will date who will get married to someone else, and this is happening while the policy is there. So it's another facet of policing the AI system, that if we will have this type of system in North America, do you think that people would be willing to go into that system or provide their data for that system? Because I don't want any government to control to tell me that which job should I go to, who I date, who I should marry to. And then on the basis of, because we're talking about women health here, on the basis of my health, because health is a very personal thing for any individual, and specifically for women, given a lot of different I wouldn't say even illnesses. I would say a lot of different conditions which are associated with women life cycle. Like when a woman hits the puberty, and then during the reproductive ages, and then afterwards menopause, and so on and so forth. I would not like any government or any entity controlling my access to job, my access to different location, my access to my dating partners, my access to my um, long time partners, on the basis of my health data or any other type of data. So we have to be very mindful, because this is currently happening in China. And as you rightly said, Chris, earlier, that we are now in a race, and it's a geographical race, it's a geopolitical race, and of course it's a race among different giants in the industry as well. So in this race, I don't know like how mindful these big tech companies are to consider these type of aspects and facets, because when, as a researcher on one end, and as a practitioner or implementer or product builder on the other end, when I try to bring the two worlds together, I often hear from people, and specifically from women, well, I don't want to share my data voluntarily because I don't want to be controlled by any big tech or entity or government. So I think these are really pertinent questions. I'm not saying that I have all the answers right now, because it's evolving, but this stage or this group, I think, is a very good place to start questioning and to start bringing awareness to these questions, and bringing all the like information from different geographies together in one place, and to see what's working, what's not working. Because if this would be like in North America, or if in Europe, it would be this authoritarian on the basis of our data, I don't think so that people will be comfortable providing the data, or that could result in some sort of revolution as well. Like, because people will be like, I don't want to be controlled by the government or entity like a
Sure,
big.
Samaya, we're going to have to put a hold on that. I feel like we could just have a part 2 right now. Say, forget the schedule. We're just forget. Sorry, everyone, but I want to go with I want to extend this for another hour, but I want to close this out. Thank you so much, Samaya, for bringing that up. There's so much, to my surprise, that's what's been said already here at this roundtable audience of what's been expressed. I want to take a quick 30-second round robin, Trina, Key, Medea, and Michael, for you just to follow up with 30 quick or less seconds on how do you want to end this? What do you need to say to us? What should be said to us so that we can get out of here and start working on these next roundtables that are here? Trina.
Yes, so the one thing I will say is AI is a tool. It is not meant to replace people. When it comes to healthcare, we can leverage both for the benefit of all, but we also need all at the table to create AI.
Agreed. Thank you. Michael. Your mic, sir.
Chris, I mean, again, as I started, I will begin with that, end with that piece, if you will, around detection, right? So, Tricia Greenhalgh was a medical professor in Oxford University, talked about an AI scanner, looking at a normal mammogram, and yet when it was really checked out, in fact, the particular lady in question had issues. So, what we have to be careful with is detection can be done where we are giving AI the clinician's expertise for intelligent questions to support the success. As Trina said, AI is a tool. It's not the end result to bring all we need to see. It is there to be used in the correct and ethical and clinical fashion.
Thank you, Michael. Key.
Absolutely. I just want to say AI has the potential to revolutionize women's healthcare, but responsible development, ethical safeguards, and human oversights are very crucial to what's going on, for to be fair, accurate, and inclusive healthcare solutions. And at the end of the day, remember, like Trina said, AI is just a tool. You control AI. Don't let AI control you.
Fair enough, Key. Thank you so much. Medea.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, as Trina said, as Key said, at the end of the day, even the best, most advanced AI model, it's just a technology. And health requires human judgment and contextual understanding. And that can only be provided by healthcare professionals. But we need healthcare professionals that receive specialized training to interpret AI-generated insights. So we need human judgment, human expertise to empower AI models. And we need advanced AI models to empower healthcare professionals at diagnosis. And regulatory frameworks should mandate human oversight in AI-driven medical decision-making. And we as consumers should also be concerned about our data privacy, and we should advocate for laws that protect rights, that protect data rights, that protect healthcare rights for all women, everyone around the world.
Thank you so much, Medea. Panel, roundtable, permit me to end with this. We talk about winners and losers of the AI race, but to me, everyone's lost until that country, that continent finds the best applicable use for AI at the intersection of human betterment. And until then, we're all losing and rarely anyone's winning at this moment. But this roundtable just showed me who's leading the true narrative of artificial intelligence. Thank you so much, roundtable. Our gather was well. What an enlightening discussion and a narrative of the discussion, and a great way to kick off GatherVerse Women's Health Summit. Before we get to our next roundtable, we'd like to bring to the stage Dr. Carnes, who comes to us from a different narrative perspective when it comes to artificial intelligence. It's now time to bring you up. We're happy to be able to have you here with us, Dr. Carnes, and I hope that I'm saying that right. If I'm not, please correct me. We're happy to have you here.
Hi, Christopher. Nice to meet you. And hello, everybody. It's close enough. Marie Keynes. Close enough.
Marie Keynes.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for permitting me to learn as we go. We're very happy to have you with the minutes that we have to be able to rendezvous forward. Please, if you will, before we get into this, let the world know, who are you and why have you decided to join us today?
Okay. So once again, hello, everybody. So my name is Marie Keynes, and I work at the intersection of artificial intelligence and human factors. And I have a long-standing background. Before that, I have a long-standing career in the mental health field. And as a licensed clinical psychologist, I'm so dedicated ensuring that we build humanity into artificial intelligence, because it's going to impact all of us. It's absolutely crucial that the human side and the human factors have a voice in AI.
Let's deal with the elephant in the room. And I concur with everything you just said. What is the AI psychologist?
Okay, so I almost look at it from the other side, so to speak, because people are using AI when it comes to the mental health field. They are using it in different forms. It's used in psychology settings more. AI is used more in admin sort of settings or helping with note taking. Some are mental health applications that people are using specifically for mental health. And what we're finding is that more and more people are using these AI models almost like a psychologist. They are engaging with it for that normalization, validation, that sort of level things. And more we are going to start hearing about AI companions and people going into relationships with AI systems, which is a whole new thing. So the one thing I will say is the AI psychologist, it's me. It's the human version of what we do here, because I realized in the past few years, when I started to do this, I realized the importance of human factors in psychology, all the people side of AI. And I realized it's such a crucial thing that we get psychology into how and why we build these systems, how and why we regulate these systems, and how and why we adopt or use these systems. So the AI psychologist, just to be clear, I've had all sorts of questions. I kind of jokingly call myself the human version. It is not a mental health application. It is how and why we use psychology in all of the AI field, because it's crucial. It's absolutely crucial to look at the human factors across all of AI at every single level: build, regulate, and use.
I think about the human factors on that note, and I start thinking about the cognitive fidelity of the relationship of these models themselves. We start thinking about the contextual and the environmental fidelity, perhaps even through perceptual science, to understand the relationship. That word is so resonant that you just spoke of. Let's speak to that some, Dr. Keynes, when we're talking about what relationships prospectively might we see near future, or even perhaps even today. We're interacting with, on my end, a number of different models that are so convincing that the concatenative synthesis, if you will, its speech is so compelling, and these conversations become and start to feel so authentic. What does this mean, Dr. Keynes?
And these are big conversations, and they really, we need to have them on a much larger scale. But it's really important to think it through, because I don't know how many people realize just how sophisticated these models are actually getting. So of course it started with text. We type, we ask questions, and a lot of what we're finding in these more general sort of AI day-to-day use tools is that it gives us that normalization and validation, which is some of the foundational things in a psychology settings. We talk to it, it kind of gives us some feedback, almost like a counseling sort of thing. But it's getting way more sophisticated than this. And we are looking at things like linguistic biomarkers, voice, tone, facial recognition, and emotion recognition. These systems are getting more and more sophisticated, and with that, it is definitely going to change the landscape, how we use it in psychology, in the whole mental health field, the whole health field. It is going to have massive changes. These models are getting really sophisticated and pretty fast, because like you say, cognitively, it's almost like you're speaking to a human. And a lot of people are having questions, especially about the emotion side of it. That they're saying, well, actually, I feel almost understood, or I feel AI systems, the very best of it. Someone in the panel just spoke to that, said, at the very best of it, it's a tool. Having said that, they are becoming very sophisticated. But an AI system will never experience emotions like we are. It will never live it. It will never have the same lived human experiences. And these things are all really important to think about. On the other side, what I will say is what we're also finding is that a lot of people actually prefer to talk to and engage with AI systems instead of with other human beings, instead of with other people. A lot of people are giving the feedback, well, actually they feel safer, they actually trust it more, they don't feel as exposed or vulnerable. So that's a whole different sort of, it's big societal questions. I will say these things, yeah, it's societal questions, because there's going to come a point that we're almost going to have to ask ourselves, okay, what is reality? What is my reality? What is your reality? What is the real reality, especially as these things get more sophisticated with false things, deep fakes and everything. And it's going to come to a point where we are going to ask ourselves, okay, what does it mean to be human? What literally distinguishes us from AI? What does it mean to be human? And what does it mean for society and civilization as a whole?
Those are questions that should be asked, Dr. Keynes. I think about your expression about the intimacy of AI versus machine versus human, that AI will never know the scent of the sea. AI cannot procreate. AI doesn't have a grandma, if you will. I think about these things and more about this seamless nature that you talk about, the human factor versus what's real versus what's not, but the compelling nature of concatenative and parametric synthesis of voice render. That AI can look at me, if you will, and it perhaps of what we call a theory of mind will start to understand my disposition, and at the same time of self-aware, that artificial intelligence will believe that itself has a disposition, and rendered so holistically organic and hyper-realistic immersive simulation. I literally can imagine very sooner rather than later, you looking at me and me looking at you, and we're complete representations and extensions of virtual entities of our own selves, if you will, and that we're not even here in this discussion with the living and breathing, if you will, and with the heartbeat. I start thinking about the intimacy of this. Is this what we're looking at? And how will we detect what's real versus what's not?
And again, it's such, these are wide conversations, and it goes so broad because it's in the way we are using it and how sophisticated it's getting. And some people, already talking about almost you'll have your own AI. So it would actually be like you, and your AI would go to that meeting that you don't feel like going to. These things are going to have massive impacts, on us as individuals, on organizations, the companies we work in, and on society as a whole. And then absolutely, I'm thinking, yeah, no, absolutely. These are big conversations that really we need to think about it. And something I keep coming back to is human connection. We so often talked about how AI is trained, how it's built and how it's trained. And, but I also like to almost think how we, almost as a species, how we are built. We are social beings, and we are meant to interact with other human beings. It's a vital part of being human. And thinking, this is the Women's Health Summit. So, that good old saying, there is no health without mental health. Well, human connection is crucial for our mental health. It is such a vital part of us being human and connecting and interacting with each other. And that's something that I'm really clogging as a psychologist in longer term, that human connection, that we really keep it. And with that, I mean real and meaningful, the solid, the great human connections, but we need them. It's that thing again about, almost AI plus human, not AI versus human. We need to be a massive part of it. There's still 8 billion of us in this world, and it still needs to be at first and foremost about us as human beings. It's about how we will integrate AI into our lives, into our companies, and into society at large.
It seems to me that we're talking to our machines more so than ever before. And this to me for many reasons and more. And it's not to catapult or present GatherVerse as a panacea. It certainly isn't. But this right here, this peer-to-peer human expression and the extension of why we have GatherVerse, to me, it's the preservation of human expression. Will we have machines join us in roundtable discussions? Here in GatherVerse, I don't know if we'll do that. Will we only permit a heartbeat? Will it be immoral not to be able to invite these capable machines with considerations of their artificial feelings that we would be so compelled, given how real they feel and seem, that we would want to acknowledge them? I start thinking about this in many more, and indeed it is a lot to unpack. Here with the closing minutes that we have, Dr. Keynes, can you please help me to understand something here? Let's look at it. Here we are in March 11th, here at least in the western part of the world, March 11th, 2025. And in our next roundtable, we have these experts that have come to assemble with us to talk about women's innovation of health and AI and what that means, because we need more innovators to be able to bring to the narrative of this discussion. But Dr. Keynes, help me to understand something. How soon do you believe, based on everything that you're seeing, that we'll start to see this seamless nature of human and machine interaction, where we'll be almost indiscernible to our own senses of whether I'm dealing with machine versus a human?
Gosh, Christopher, that's such a great question. And seamless would be the one where I would go, okay, question mark. But hand on heart, my answer would be sooner than we think. There are companies working day and night on very, very sophisticated stuff behind the scenes, and things that really, makes us human, the way we think and our emotions and things. They are starting to get these things very, very sophisticated. And because they use different things, and like I said, between facial recognition and emotion, motion detection and simulating things, it's getting very sophisticated very fast. I think a lot of people might be surprised and or shocked of just how big an impact AI is going to have on our lives. Yeah, that's my take on it. What I'm seeing is it's moving fast.
I appreciate the intimacy and the transparency of this narrative, this discussion. I appreciate your courage in coming out into the world and saying, being this AI psychologist, it's such a pioneer move. It's such a step forward in a direction that many people aren't headed into. We certainly welcome and value your presence of expertise. GatherVerse, go follow Dr. Keynes, explore her journey, and permit Dr. Keynes for the GatherVerse community to be able to explore with you. Thank you so much for your time with us.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy the rest of the summit.
Certainly. Gather was well. And coming up next, we have a roundtable discussion of experts that are coming to assemble with us when it comes to healthcare innovations for women that can also benefit men, everyone in the world, humankind. The reason that we're having this next roundtable discussion is we need to understand what are the obstacles when it comes to getting funded for women innovations? What are the benefits for funding more women and leaders? And what is the necessity when it comes to the next steps in innovation and with the fierce urgency of now? May our gather be well.
Hello and welcome to GatherVerse Women's Health Summit 2025. What a superb fireside chat we just had with Christopher and the lovely doctor. But on this amazing panel, I have an incredible lineup here today where we're going to be speaking about women leading healthcare innovations for women, why that matters. If I could ask everybody to just mute their microphones so we don't have any sort of feedback or background noise, so that we can allow each other to speak. And what we'll do is we'll go around and have a quick 30-second introduction from each individual person. And also, I would like to hear as well why each of you are here today as well. So we'll start with Teresa, then we'll go to Janine, Mariana, and then Sorsha.
Hi, everyone. I'm the founder of Make a Difference Now, and we have a commitment to providing youth and women with access to quality education. And through that access to education, we're really focused on the underserved in areas like Tanzania, Africa, Guatemala. We're really global, but reaching out to the villages and utilizing AI to help reach women who normally wouldn't get the chance to learn about healthcare.
And it's great to have you with us today, Teresa. And also quickly, before you mute your microphone, just quickly also like why you're here, just in general, just to add to your introduction.
I'm here because I want to talk about the women who are normally not being represented. You know, there's so many women in villages and rural areas that we don't talk about. We talk about the cities. We talk about, you know, Silicon Valley and what's happening there. But there is a unique approach that we can take with AI to also address women, and they make up a large percentage of the women in the world, in the rural areas, in the villages that we normally don't talk about.
Well, thank you for joining us, Teresa, and thank you for sharing that. And Janine, same for you, 30-second introduction, and obviously why you're here as well, please.
Hi, my name's Janine Van Someren, and I'm the founder of the Wellbeing Advantage. And I help bring insights from 15 years experience in high performance sport. And my current work is in corporate wellbeing programs. And I help people using wearable technology. And the reason I'm here today is because, unlike Teresa, I'm sort of at the other end of the spectrum in terms of my clients. They are corporate C-suite executives. But I'm very aware that it's a male-dominated space. And the female voice, when it does get heard, quite often leads to really positive well-being initiatives. But the problem is it's just not heard enough at the moment.
Thank you for joining us, Janine, and couldn't agree more. And Mariana, please, 30-second introduction from yourself and obviously why you're here.
Thank you for this space. I hope everybody can hear me clearly. Just nod your head. I'm enjoying my backdrop, my natural backdrop today. So just a little bit of a background. I was a chemist in my past life. I was not happy with corporate healthcare. Decided to leave in COVID after, you know, my extensive career there in the laboratory emergency. So, I mean, you can imagine, right? I'm painting this picture where it's just like high stress, just a high level of unhappiness, truly, to be completely clear here. And I decided to make a change and take a step forward and establish something of my own in order to inspire other people, not just women, but men and women, to sort of take charge of their health and search for something that is more pleasurable more enjoyable, and that's still within the health sphere. So I founded Ascend Wellness Portal, and that lasted for about 5 years, and it's still in its startup phase. Then I went on to invest to the investment world, to the finance world, in order to fuse these two things together. And now I run Investors with Legacy, fusing health and wealth all across the board. And that's what's truly been magical for me. Health and wealth is where the two things combine and meet right in the middle. And I believe I found the secret formula.
I love it, Mariana. Thank you for joining us as well. And lovely outside there. Like, it's a lovely...
It's the weather. It's Texas for y'all.
Yeah, it looks lovely. Thank you for joining us. And Sosha, please quickly introduce yourself and and why you're here as well. And by the way, hello, little one.
Oh, hello. Let's please try and keep her quiet. She's sucking on a strawberry right now. Amazing to be on this panel and to hear another Irish accent for the first time as well. I think I could speak for everybody's backgrounds there. I'm in a rural setting at the moment. I've worked in corporations. I'm working on health and wealth at the moment as well, which is phenomenal. So we must catch up after this. My background is corporate and treasury finance, but I've been working in the startup space nearly 8 years. I was listening to the last panel actually a lot about AI, and emerging technology has been frightening people as much as it's been inspiring people since the beginning of time. So just a shout out to say, please focus on the positives and just be aware of the negatives to anybody who's listening. My focus for healthcare really, I suppose, It started with a mental health and a burnout perspective, which led to health complications, which led to infertility. I have 2 beautiful daughters, but they took 8 pregnancies to bring into this world. And this was the reason that Christopher invited me to come and speak at this summit today. So I've been through the healthcare system, the woman's voice of maternity not really being represented, and doctors not understanding the questions to ask or the way to ask them. And I was actually asked on one occasion, was I sure that I had miscarried? You know, I was also prescribed prescription drugs that I felt I didn't need, and I didn't in the end. So there's so much that I can bring to it. And now having 2 daughters of my own, this is more of a responsibility, because we may be in the era of action to make sure that this doesn't happen in the future for our children and our children's children.
Honestly, thank you so much for joining us, Sorcha, and yeah, it's just a pleasure having with us today. And last but not least, as well, hello Aurelia, good to see you again. A quick 30-second introduction from yourself, and also why you're here today, please.
A pleasure, Russell, and to all these wonderful women here. Actually, healthcare is a topic that affects all of us, right? Like women and men. And why I'm here is I am connected with innovation. So as a person who is leading a big network of innovation professionals and really helping companies innovate basically around healthcare, and not only that's the angle that I'm trying to cover, but also because one of my the sensitive issues that I really care is women in general, gender equity basically, and women on innovation. So I created a support group for women on innovation, how we can include more women basically on innovation area, which includes also healthcare, and how we can advocate more for being in the decision making, being in the innovation teams, actually designing for women issues. So definitely that's a great panel, because certainly any of you who is basically loves to be part of it, more than welcome. Is a volunteering initiative I'm taking, and that's why I believe I'm invited here.
Well, thank you for joining us, Aurelia. And obviously, last but not least, before I get into my introduction quickly as well, Lynn was originally supposed to be moderating this roundtable. She's currently not very well at the moment, so that's why she's not moderating today or this specific panel. So that's why I'm here instead, covering that lovely slot. So just thought I'd quickly add that in. And a quick introduction from myself. So my name is Russell Bundy. I'm the Director of Partnerships at GatherVerse, and I'm also the founder of Just Verify as well, where we're focused on basically creating a verifiable and trustworthy future in building the trusted digital world and ensuring authenticity, accountability, and safety for all in this new AI world that we're going into. So that's pretty much it from me. And I want to get straight into these questions, because there's so much to discuss and so much to get into. So the first question is, what unique challenges do women face in healthcare innovation, and how do you work through them? So I'm going to start with Janine, and then we'll also go to Aurelia after. So Janine, over to you.
Hi, thanks, Russell. Yeah, one of the main challenges that women face in healthcare innovation is their underrepresentation in when the technology has been designed. So by the time the female is using the technology, quite often it hasn't actually been developed for a woman's body. And therefore the results they get and the data that they're using isn't exactly aligned to what their needs are. In the technology that I use, it's something called First Beat Technologies. It's a wearable device, a chest wearable, an ECG, which allows for measurement of heart rate variability. And it's specifically chosen because it tracks clients' wear over as long as a 3-month period, and it really responds to changes in the individual, which means that the data allows for that accuracy with regards to, in particularly, those hormonal changes that occur. While if you're looking at data set that might be like a one-off device with my wearable tech on my wrist,
yeah,
it lacks meaning outside of the context of a 28-day cycle. And the hormonal fluctuations are really needing to be taken into account when we look at the challenge of healthcare innovation.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny that you bring that up, because the last roundtable were literally saying the exact same things, and how there's a lack of data when it comes to training AI models in terms of the women's aspect, and how it can be used accurately and positively towards women's health. So I'm glad that you brought that point up, Janine, because that was previously shared in the previous panel. So I'm glad this is also crossing over to this panel, and it's not just a one panel thing. So that's fantastic. And Aurelia, what are your thoughts on this as well, in particular?
I'll continue in the same sort of direction that Janine was pointing out. Let me give you a few data, right? Because that helps us clarify the situation. So there is a 10.8%, I think, in terms of the funding from the National Institute of Research that goes to women health research, and there is just 2%. Okay,
oh my God.
Pregnancy, childbirth, and basically female reproductive health. And I think one of the women here in the panel mentioned that. I hope we'll hear more on the examples, but that's crazy. Why? Because women are bringing life to this planet, and there is like 2% going into the medical research. So this is the data that kind of should sort of speak for itself. And then there is lots of diseases, heart diseases, basically, which is one of the main causes of death for women that is under research. Even the symptoms are not known. What symptoms do women? For example, men have usually chest pain, women have back pain or have nausea, and all this are not known. Even like CPR, basically training mannequins basically are used on males' bodies, so kind of are not used on females. So it's kind of reluctancy when you want to do a CPR because you don't know quite clearly the anatomy of a woman. And then not to talk about the autoimmune basically diseases, which kind of is 80% of women have that, which is under-researched or misdiagnosed. And the same thing happens in pain management or doses. And I think, again, it was kind of mentioned a little bit. But I'm talking about myself. For example, endometriosis is like a disease that I learned I might have that only by reading, because I was going to my gynecologist and telling her, hey, I have severe pain while I'm in my period. And she would say, it's normal. That was the only, it's normal. That was the only basically answer. And I took basically pills in order to sort of feel better. And then I discovered by reading a lot. So there is so many like this. I'm just at the surface level. Many diseases that are because are not are under researched, that when women go to the doctor, right, or to the specialist, they face this answer that, oh, it's normal, or probably is this, but they are not getting the right answer.
Oh my God, that's crazy. Sorsha, actually, I really want to bring you into this conversation. You heard the crazy stats and everything there. Like, please, share with us like your side of things and what your thoughts are on all this as well.
Well, I think that experience was very much mine as the patient, and then coming out of it and feeling I have to do something about this, and I think that's the voice of every woman who's moved into healthcare after they've gone through a health experience, that they realize, where is my voice? Where is my face? Where is my data in this? A data with respect and translated and interpreted to be relevant, and not just for everybody here at this table, but every ethnicity has a completely different context as well. It's environmental, and then also there's there's healing physical, there's healing mental, and then there's healing emotional, and they're all completely different. I had an experience with my daughter just 2 weeks ago, my 3.5-year-old, where she had a freak accident having so much fun with her friend that she fell and had to have emergency surgery in the inside of her mouth. And over a 3-day period, I watched in action the utter horror that I felt emotionally and psychology of when I was going through my situation, bringing my babies into the world, but lack of agency, boundaries broken, and not being able to vocalize or articulate the problem. the psychological implications that that could have had further down the line had I not been able to nip it in the bud and let all of our family and friends know, look, this has happened. She's going to be expressing this in different ways, and for her school to rehabilitate her. This could manifest years later as a problem in stress, anxiety. So we're not taking that into consideration at the moment. And it's something that I feel incredibly passionate about. First and foremost, as somebody, I have a voice, I have a network, I have the will behind me to do something about it. I'm outside my lane. I'm very comfortable being outside my lane, and I'm very much learning and standing on the shoulders of giants in the venture capital world, who are like Nassim Sarani, who I was speaking to online earlier, on LinkedIn, Swizzle Ventures, Jessica Kamada, who's funding startups, and speaking about the menopause as well, I'd love to mention Victoria Finlay from the Menopal, who's doing incredible work at the moment. So look, we're at a time where emerging technology is making this move fast. Women have economic power. We've got 60% of the world's wealth, according to a recent data source I found earlier in 2025. And in the next 4 years now, or 5 years to 2030, there'll be a huge wealth generation transfer, and health is wealth. So we have to make sure that the women that are holding this wealth are healthy so that we can use and deploy it.
Wow. There was a lot to unpack there, but very, like, I think it's amazing in what you're doing and what you're expressing, and so you're just like, I don't know how to explain it. Amazing, I guess. In one word, amazing. So it's a pleasure having you with us, Saoirse. And yeah, so we do have some other questions which I would like to go through on the panel, and Mariana and Teresa will be coming over to you both, which is, how does gender impact the design, development, and implementation of healthcare technology? We did briefly obviously discuss this with Janine, but Mariana, please, what are your thoughts on this?
Yes, so I would imagine, right, you walk down a hallway of a hospital, and the first thing you do notice, I don't have the exact data off the top of my head, but the majority of nurses tending to the patients are women. Or even if you walk into the cafeteria, the people serving you your food are women. Some of the pediatrician doctors and whatnot, you go to sometimes male doctors, but now it's becoming that the majority of PAs and furthermore, lab technicians as well, or even phlebotomists, they're mostly women. So to me, in my head, it's just, I still don't understand how we're taking a back seat to driving this force forward when it comes to innovating within the healthcare field and allowing, our priorities to also sort of take front end here, because we are just being served to the service of these high profits and high yields and fast turnaround times and whatnot. However, we're forgetting that human factor, that we need to take care of ourselves first as providers, as healthcare providers, in order to take care of others. And that's something very emblematic and that I've learned along the way. If I'm not well, if I'm not feeling nurtured, if I'm not feeling, stable, if my hours are just too much and the demand is not there and things are not being staffed properly, and so it's very many factors. So taking it just maybe a little bit beyond just technology itself, it's the systems that are in place, right? That first we might need to look at, and then down the line the technology will evolve accordingly, following those systems. So something at the very core needs to change, and you do start to see it more often. They start to come out with like meditation programs, or allowing moms who are feeding to sort of have those special schedules. But even then, I mean, within the United States and the healthcare field, there's still a lot of improvement that needs to be made. I would think that everybody else on this panel agrees, and which is why we're here today to discuss these changes that do need to take place, and quite soon if possible.
Absolutely, and well, self-care is obviously fundamental. I completely agree with that, and kind of bring it back to the point when you're saying about systems. It could be like if a man, so to speak, right, create the system, but then forgets about the women's health side of things within that system, then that could cause like the bias and then have, a lot of repercussions from that, right? To your point, and kind of bring back to the question, which is, how does gender impact the design, development, and implementation of healthcare technology? To your point is, if a male doesn't understand women's health and then they create the system and then forgets the women's health side of things, then that could be causing the issues and the repercussions from that. So, Marianne, do you want to just jump in quickly on that?
Correct.
Yeah.
You rephrased it beautifully, by the way. So thank you for that. Yes, it does go beyond numbers. Like, we are not just numbers on a little timesheet where, our higher superiors are, delving into daily. Like, there needs to be this understanding that women are nurturers by nature, and this being a women's health summit is just, I would encourage every single woman within the healthcare field to speak up about their needs and not be afraid of retaliation or any sort of thing like that with their supervisors. And in truth, there could be more done on our side, like us, the workers at the bottom, because the supervisors are just following orders from the higher ups, right? This was like this little tier that gets created, and we take up the higher. If you see it as a triangle, at the bottom pyramid, we take up the higher chunk. Like, we should be the ones sort of not being afraid to speak upwards and to make sure that information gets to the top, and gather information, talk to your peers. It's like, how can we improve this? Like, what do you need? What do you need? What do you need? Okay, somebody write all this stuff down and make sure that the top is listening to what the bottom needs to say.
No, I agree. And Teresa, do you agree on everything that's been expressed so far in terms of, how does gender impact like the design and development and implementation, if you will, of the healthcare technology?
So I was thinking about Mariana, what you were saying. We need to ask the questions. We need to check in and see what's going on with everybody. How are you feeling? Is this working for you? This is something we've been doing a lot. We are an international nonprofit that's providing quality education to disadvantaged youth and women. And with that in mind, one of the unique things that we've done lately is we have found, as students are graduating from orphanages that we've set up scholarships for, and they're going to college, they have many needs just to finish school. And one of those is just menstruation. They have, challenges with to show up to their classes. I know it's very basic, but cramps, migraines, and they're having a hard time showing up to their classes. We also have an LMS, a learning management software system that we've set up, which has been amazing. The last 3 years, we've really been working hard on that, where we've been giving women access to how to set up a CV, cover letter, tell their unique story, and apply for jobs. And within that, we've seen, as we've been trying to open the doors to more and more women to come in so they can get jobs through our LMS and taking that program, they can't show up because of challenges with healthcare. So, and challenges with taking care of their kids. You see Sorcha right now. I love that you brought your baby on. It is so real. This is life. We have babies to take care of. Often that falls on the women. And we also want to nurture those children. So it's maybe natural too. I know as a mom, I often want to do that. With our LMS system, we check in as women are learning about how to get jobs, which is going to help later take care of their health because they need income. We have little breaks from AI that we bring into the LMS, which is really unique. You don't see that very often. Every 60 minutes, we're saying, take a break. And we're checking in, talking back to Mariana, we're checking in with them and asking questions. How are you doing? How are you feeling today? How's your mental health? How's your physical health? why we're doing that with the LMS is these women are coming from rural areas. Many of them are coming from 1-bedroom homes with their kids in the room, their spouse in the room. And I, as a international CEO of this nonprofit, I do have more space to work on my healthcare, but even I find challenges just to even talk to a counselor. Your husband's around, your kids
Wow.
are around. How are you going to connect with them? So this is a really unique way we've been taking, as they're on the computer, they're learning how to get jobs and how to support themselves. We're also popping in with AI and saying, how are you doing today? What's going on with you? Is there anything mentally that's challenging? We ask really important questions. We also bring in health breaks where we're having virtual, they're not always real individuals that come up. They're animations that come up sometimes to just stopping them, working on resting, doing neck breaks, standing up, taking care of themselves, because sometimes it's the only time in their day that they get a break. So those are some of the unique challenges that we're paying attention to. And with that, last thing I want to mention is AI is so unique in the rural area. And I know it's kind of strange hearing from someone who's working in more rural areas and more disadvantaged populations, but we've been seeing that we can pull in AI. They may not have access to computers every day, but we can get them on WhatsApp. They have phones, and we're pulling in AI in that area to just talk with them. As Mariana was saying, check in with them, just see how they're doing, and taking that data back and seeing how we can help them more.
There's a very interesting use case in how you use AI to support in terms of the healthcare side of things and how it supports, which I think is very interesting, and I think it's fantastic in what you're doing and how you're using that in terms of the AI. And on the previous panel, they're saying about how AI, because the data can be sometimes trained in the wrong way and it can be inaccurate and stuff like that, that sometimes it can cause issues. So I guess a quick question for your side of things with your specific use case and how you're using AI, how do you make sure that it has the women's health side at the core focus, as in like how it's been trained and how it's used, if that makes sense?
Well, most of the time we're pulling data from them. So we're using AI to ask them specific questions on how they're doing. And then later on, we check the data that AI is providing to interact with them. So I feel like AI is so powerful, but you've always got to have the human check off, if you will. I've heard of many people giving data from AI and then later on fact checking it, and it's not correct. And I definitely want to encourage everybody to use both AI, but check off on it, because you never know if the data is completely correct. It is so helpful, but we still have to do those checks.
That is true. Yeah, absolutely. No, I agree with you so much on that, Teresa. And thank you for sharing that as well. And I want to move on to the next question, because this question is very interesting, which is, what gaps still exist in women's healthcare that remain underfunded or overlooked? So Iridia and Janine, I want to bring you both on this, which is, what are your thoughts on this? We'll start with you, Janine, and then we'll go to Iridia after.
Yeah, I think the area of women's health has never been overfunded, as you know, Russell.
Yeah, I got my words mixed up there. Don't quote me on that.
Exactly. No, we knew that was a mistake. I think it's really clear from everything that we've been discussing that areas like menopause, hormonal health, and maternal care remain underfunded and overlooked. In addressing these gaps, it obviously means increasing research funding and prioritizing women's health at a policy level, But more importantly, and I think in terms of definitely the role I can play, I'm not a policy maker, but I can definitely integrate these topics into more mainstream discussions, and whether that involves talking about it more through LinkedIn posts, raising awareness, through workshops. But for me, it's a really massive issue. The fact that when I'm working with either private clients or going into a corporate space, that the issue of menopause and how it's impacting women in the perimenopausal years is literally like a massive elephant in the room that people aren't discussing. It's leading to a huge number of women leaving work. It's, you know, the impact on women's performance is massive, and therefore as an economic impact, it's huge. I unfortunately don't have the data in front of me, but if anyone does a quick Google search, the statistics are really frightening about the economic impact of menopause specifically not being addressed in the workplace. Now, it can be addressed, and all it needs, again, I'm quite biased, I am talking about the corporate boardroom here, and again, Teresa, I'm sort of nodding towards you and saying like the different ends of where this health discussion is.
Yeah.
But if there isn't a woman in that space when a decision is made about what's going to happen or what is the program that we're putting together, then their topics are not going to be discussed. They're not going to be brought to the table. And therefore you have this real massive corporate problem. And at the moment, it's literally not been addressed. That gap is huge. So innovative healthcare that is inclusive, and that whether it's the technology is designed to make sure that every single person, regardless of their needs, is addressed in some way, shape, or form. But at the moment, it does tend to be that it is that underfunding, and it leads to a massive neglect of women's healthcare needs.
I just want to make sure it's not overfunding, right? It's underfunding.
Yes.
I'm only joking. But no, I want to bring Sosha and Iridia into this, because Sosha was like nodding her head. Iridia was just nodding her head so aggressively as well. So Iridia, what are your thoughts on what Janine just said? You know, do you agree with her? I mean, I'm pretty sure that you do, but just share your thoughts on this as well.
Yeah, I mean, all of us can only second each other or echo what we are saying, because these are not like our opinions only, are also backed up with data and everything. And whoever works with women, basically, or has women around, knows that this happens. I would add on what Janine said. I would add, beside menstrual, maternity, and all these things, I mentioned cardiovascular diseases, autoimmune diseases. I would mention also some type of cancers which are not even diagnosed in women, like cervical cancer or the polycystic ovary syndrome, which is big, and more than 70% of women go undiagnosed from this issue.
Wow.
That's a big one, and of course, not to talk about the fertility, that's a big issue as well. And I would also point out something about the mental health, in particular during pregnancy and what we call postpartum, right? There is a lot of stigma around that, and in some less developed countries, basically, or people who are less educated. I believe Teresa, probably with her NGO, might work a lot in this, about educating its people, how you can really help these women who are going through a tough period. And most of the people around probably are saying, well, it's normal, what did you do, like you gave birth and why should you act like this right now, and things that they don't understand. But actually that has affected, probably what Janine is saying, in the period of menopause, is the same thing. It affects your job, keeping your job, because you are not feeling well. You have to do several things, and if you don't have great support around you, like your husband or your parents or your friends, really, I've seen cases that has been super tough. And there is not much in this. There is meditation, there is this other yoga and all this kind of stuff, kind of trying to mitigate. but still, all these things are still, Russell, not being discussed that much or seen as normal things. I think this is the problem that we have. Every issue of women or sort of problem in healthcare is seen as a normal thing. And I do applaud what you are doing here in this panel, because rarely you see like these issues being pointed out, like, and people get like, oh, wow, is this really happening?
Yeah. I mean, I honestly, I didn't even know some of these things myself. I mean, I'm sitting here thinking, whoa, like 70% of people like are not being diagnosed for a certain type of cancer. Like, what is going on? Like, why is it that high? I mean, come on, like that shocked me, which was like, it's just crazy. And I mean, I'm learning so much, here on the panel myself. So, but I appreciate, everything that you're sharing with us, Aurelia. And, I think, kind of going a bit off script now when you're specifically talking about, support and how do you find that balance and everything like that. And when it comes to that side of things, I mean, Sorsha, I really want to speak to you on that aspect, because, you're doing the balancing act right now. So like, how do you find that balance and that support and that, balance between everything,
I'm laughing because I have had a glass of water spilled over both of us, a strawberry spat out on me, and vomit in the last few minutes. But I'm really good at listening peacefully to everything that everyone is saying, and it's amazing. But I've loads of support, I really do. But nobody will take on an 8-month-old for a day so you can get work done. It's very difficult. So in a few months' time, it's a point in time. She'll be able to be supported by a wider group. But it's I think to be a bit more solemn about what we've been laughing about, that women's healthcare is underfunded. Underline statement. If we think about the pharmaceutical industry that exists, and where Viagra is $1 billion industry,
that's crazy.
It's crazy. It's sobering, and fertility is so very underlooked and overprescribed. When we get to the health, the mental and emotional health side of things, that's certainly my journey, and the journey of the majority of women that I know. Once you unlock all of that, and this feeds into the menopause as well. This feeds into the menopause as well. I have been on a roller coaster inward journey for the last 3 years that has transformed my physical health completely, and my focus.
Wow.
So look, the pharmaceutical side certainly has a part to play, but we need women on the boards of the pharmaceutical companies that are woman enough to stand up for women's needs and put the purse strings and the purses in the direction of women, and that's starting to be visible in the innovation space. It needs to be an awful lot faster. I work with startups. I'm working with numerous teams on sourcing where the funding is going to be, and working with funds to deploy that capital over the next couple of years, and want to see this completely transformed, so that when we're laughing on a panel in a couple of years, we can be honest that we are oversubscribed. The problem has been solved. Women's health is front and foremost, and our careers aren't impacted by it, because as Janine was saying, that the number of women that go on long-term sick leave, the number of women that have undiagnosed cancer. I remember this when I was a very young person going into corporate myself, of so many women of a certain age on long-term sick leave, and it was treated as a joke. It was laughable, because it's like, oh, that one's off, or well, she's on the long-term sick. But this is 20 years on, and the problem has not been solved. So everybody here is doing something about it. And Russell, what I would say to you is start talking to your friends about it. Because if you have a female partner and you don't know any of this, you are in for some trouble.
Thank you for sharing
And
that.
your sisters and your mom and your cousins get to know this. It's very important and it's vital for our future, because balance has been something that's been discussed on this panel. Restoring balance of economic health and wealth empowerment is fundamental to how we evolve over the next few years.
No, 100% agree with you, Saoirse, and thank you again for being here,
Lecture.
for sharing that, and look, you know, you're here with your baby, which is amazing. So I think that's a W in itself, to be honest. But it's fantastic for you to have, you know, for you to be with us, Saoirse. So we do only have literally like 6 minutes left, so we're going to fly through some of the questions, and I want to get Mariana and Teresa in this next conversation, which is, how can policymakers and regulators better support female-led healthcare innovators? So we'll start with you, Mariana. What are your thoughts on this?
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, like always, right? People are higher up, regulators and moderators. We can't always rely on them to be solving sort of like our personal issues. So we're speaking of like putting more women on boards and this and that, and maybe that will, you know, create some sort of impact. However, we again have to take the problem and the solutions within our own hands. And like truly, this seminar is about empowering women to do just that. And that's what I truly love about these discussions. We can't just rely on government or rely on policymakers and regulators to sort of make things better. We've got to understand and get ourselves out of that mentality that like, oh, it's because, you know, my boss is supposed to know that no, like they don't have time for that. They're looking at spreadsheets, the numbers need to make sense and profits need to be made, period. That's how this world runs. Like it's not going anywhere and it's not going to change. However, with technology, like you said, like how she's able to, you know, be with her baby at the same time as she's on this panel. As more technology starts to roll out, we're going to start seeing sort of that balance and that tier come to assist us. I feel like AI, VR, all sorts of technologies like higher, faster Wi-Fi, you know, quantum computing, you know, even crypto and the blockchain are going to be tools that we're going to be able to use to sort of imagine your medical chart being on the blockchain. Wouldn't that be so cool? Like now your doctor is not misdiagnosing you, or if you're switching doctors, if you're in Amsterdam, but then you get treated in Brazil, like the communication is still there and it's amazing. So technology like this is going to definitely push us forward in a better, more wellness oriented direction. But we do need to educate ourselves. We do need to understand that all pharmaceuticals come from natural plants, like, you know, poppy seeds that are in morphine. Hello, like it's all natural stuff being converted into pills. So once you sort of start connecting the dots, you're like, I feel like I can take matters into my own hands because now I have the information available to me. And then you start doing your own research and your own, you know, like even tinctures and whatnot. And nothing against pharma, but I don't think I see things the same anymore after taking that personal journey of deciding to take things matter into my own hands. And if I wasn't happy with where I was at, it's sort of like, you know, founding my own wellness center then gave me those tools, and just having those two things come together, you know, healthcare and wellness don't have to be at each other's throat. They can definitely fuse down the line, and technology is going to help us get there.
No, I agree. I do agree. And obviously with all the emerging technology coming out, you know, that's not including, you know, VR, XR, you know, the metaverse. I mean, we can go dive down that rabbit hole. But the point is absolutely the emerging technology as a whole is going to fundamentally change our entire world, including, you know, women's health. And, you know, how does that positively change that? And how can that be used in the correct way and be possibly done the right way? So like how you say, Mariana, so we do I've literally got about 4 minutes left. So Teresa, what we're going to do is we're going to fire this last question at you and then we'll round things up. But so the last question is, what role does data play in advancing personalized healthcare for women?
Okay, I think data plays a huge part, and the more we can quantify who needs the support and what support they need, we're going to see, you know, a change, because data is everything. And that's when the companies start paying attention, the policymakers start paying attention. If we're not keeping track of data, no one's really going to listen. I think wellness is very important. I think generally our society believes that, but we need to keep track of the data and start using technology in every way we can to make sure we quantify the needs. And some great numbers have been thrown out today. Let's just continue to throw those out because that's what catches attention. So I think that's very important.
Yeah, so we'll get Aurelia on board and start firing all those stats out.
Yes.
Well, on that note, thank you so much, Teresa, and thank you to all the panelists for joining us. And it's been an absolute pleasure having you all here. Please do follow everyone on this amazing panel. Make sure you check out their LinkedIn and go on follow and whatever else you do on LinkedIn. And honestly, it's been fantastic having each and every one of you here, including you, Sorsha, for your lovely lecture. I'm only joking. But no, it's been a pleasure having you all here. Thank you so much for joining us. And that is it from this panel. And up next, we have, I believe, the next session is The Pink Elephant in the Room by Carmen Milagros. So that'll be coming up next. So that is it from us. And I'll see you very soon. Goodbye.
Thank you,
so much,
everyone.
everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
everyone.
Everyone, I'm Carmen Milagro, the live stream TV coach, and I'm thrilled to be here with you in the GatherVerse today. And thank you. Thank you for spending the next few minutes with me. Now we all know the importance of community, and let's be honest, women are often the architects of our communities. Studies show that when women have a strong, positive community supporting them, it enhances mental health by fostering social connection, a sense of belonging, and a purpose. And this reduces isolation, builds resilience, strengthens our ability to handle stress, and enhances our well-being. And it sounds great, right? But here's the pink elephant in the room. Research shows that many women around the world tend to have a bias against coaching, and in some cases, some women believe getting the help they need somehow diminishes their roles as nurturers and competent caretakers. But in reality, the opposite may be true because coaching, believe it or not, is not a new concept. It's not a modern concept historically, especially in Native and Indigenous cultures. We've had shamans, curanderas, and the elders as the original coaches, helping us to navigate life's challenges through storytelling, rituals, wisdom, a shared connection, and yes, the community. Coaching isn't just for personal growth. It's essential for our well-being and that of our children, especially our youth, who in the last few years have faced a lot of trauma. When women take care of themselves, they build stronger, healthier communities. And ask yourself this: don't you deserve some help in navigating your own challenges? Now, when I began as a behavioral coach over 25 years ago, coaching was very different. It was a different landscape. But today, according to Forbes, it's a $374 billion industry. Yet, despite all the specialized coaches and the many resources, many women from diverse backgrounds still hesitate to embrace wellness coaching or any type of coaching for that matter. And I think a few of you are probably nodding in agreement right now. So I asked the question, why? And here are the top 3 reasons. Number 1, the cost. Many women are taught to believe that coaching is a luxury for the rich, something extra rather than necessary. But I ask you, What's more important than our mental and physical health? It's the foundation for everything we need and want to do. My mission is to change that perception of coaching from a lifestyle to a lifeline. Number 2, accessibility. In remote areas, finding a certified coach is challenging. Even with virtual options, it can still feel intimidating. Reason number 3, lack of time. Women are busy. Work, family, and the daily responsibilities make self-care feel like an afterthought. In spite of, and perhaps because of these challenges, my goal is to reach 1 million women in the next 4 years and to help to empower them to live healthier lives by making coaching affordable, accessible, and valuable to them. Imagine learning about self-care, mindset techniques, or the benefits of hemp CBD at your own pace from the comfort of your own home. Imagine replaying these sessions whenever you need them. That's what I do through Wellness 360. I'm bringing coaching directly to your TV screen so you can watch from practically anywhere at any time. This is the intersection of ancient coaching traditions to live streaming in 2025. And I hope to inspire women to explore, to question, and to find the approaches and practices that resonate most with them, with you. As your coach, you have a couple of choices with me. One-on-one coaching, a personalized journey built around your specific goals. As a coach, my job is to listen deeply without judgment and to help you unlock the best versions of yourself. If you want to connect, email me anytime at wellness360carmen@gmail.com or tune into Wellness 360, available only on expandi.tv. It's like Netflix for coaches. And here you'll always find my coaching series at your fingertips whenever you need it, however you need it. Wellness 360 has democratized access to coaching, and we're launching season 4 on March 22nd. As Prince once said, you don't need to be rich. You don't need to be rich to access Wellness 360 with Carmen Milagro. Thank you again, and may our gather be well.
How many of you feel like there just ain't enough hours in a day? Between work, family, personal health, and everything else, women are constantly juggling responsibilities. The pressure is real, but what if I told you AI and automation could help you reclaim your time, reduce stress, and improve both your health and wealth? Today, I'm going to show you how technology isn't just changing industries, it's transforming our well-being. Women today are facing a wellness crisis. We experience higher rates of burnout, stress, and health issues, and yet access to personalized, affordable healthcare and mental wellness support remains limited, especially for female entrepreneurs, professionals, and caregivers. That the invisible workload of managing a career, relationships, and finances. And it's no surprise that women are twice as likely to experience anxiety and stress-related illnesses. What's the solution? AI and automation. Not just in business, but in health, wellness, and everyday life. Let's talk about the 3 major ways AI is revolutionizing women's wellness. 1. AI-powered health and mental wellness. AI-driven tools can detect early signs of stress, hormonal imbalance, and chronic conditions like PCOS, conditions that are often overlooked. Mental health apps powered by AI are now offering personalized emotional support, guided meditations, and stress management on demand. Imagine having a digital wellness assistant available 24/7 to help you navigate life's challenges. 2. automation for work-life balance. Women often carry the mental load at home and at work. But AI can automate repetitive tasks from scheduling to email follow-ups, freeing up hours each day. I use Serafina AI, my personal digital twin, to handle tasks so I can focus on what truly matters: my health, relationships, and personal growth. 3. AI for financial freedom and business success. The key to long-term wellness is not just health, but also financial stability and freedom. AI-driven automation allows women to run successful businesses without burnout, whether through AI-powered marketing, smart financial tracking, or automated content creation. This is exactly what we teach inside Royal Launch School, helping women leverage AI and automation to build thriving businesses and reclaim their time. The future of women's wellness isn't about working harder. It's about working smarter. AI is here to help us optimize our health, reduce stress, and create freedom in our lives. If you are curious how AI and automation can help you achieve more freedom and balance, I invite you to take the following steps. Join my free masterclass on AI and automation for women's wellness and business success. Join my free masterclass on AI and automation for women's wellness and business success. Early access to Serafina AI, my digital twin, designed to help you automate tasks and reclaim your time. Connect with me for more insights on creating a life of health, wealth, and happiness. Scan the QR code on the screen and start your journey to more time, less stress, and a better life. As women, we have more power than ever to take control of our health and future. AI isn't here to replace us. It's here to support us, empower us, and free us to live the lives we deserve. Let's embrace it, use it wisely, and step into a future where we work less, stress less, and live more.
Hello, everyone. I'm Andrea Cook, CEO of the Alliance for AI. I'm excited to talk about a critical issue at the intersection of technology, healthcare, and gender equity. Artificial intelligence is transforming healthcare, improving diagnostics, personalizing treatments, and expanding access to care. But here's the challenge. Who is shaping AI, and is it designed to serve all of us? Women are not just consumers of healthcare. We must be creators, innovators, and advocates in AI-driven health solutions. The AI healthcare market is booming, valued at $20.8 billion in 2024 and projected to grow to $148 billion by 2029. This rapid expansion reflects rising investments and wider adoption in medical institutions. Healthcare professionals are embracing AI solutions. 64% of nurses are interested in using AI to improve workflow, and 72% of physicians believe AI will enhance diagnostic accuracy in the coming decade. AI has incredible potential, but ensuring these technologies are inclusive and unbiased is critical. AI is transforming medicine at an unprecedented pace, but for these solutions to meet the needs of all populations, women must have a seat at the table. Today, less than 25% of AI professionals are women. This gap directly affects how algorithms are designed and which health issues receive priority. Research shows that diverse teams are 35% more likely to produce inclusive AI solutions that better serve broad patient populations. By contributing their unique insights, women can identify overlooked health concerns, particularly those affecting female patients. Unfortunately, bias in AI systems is already impacting healthcare outcomes. For example, AI liver disease detection algorithms miss conditions in women twice as frequently as they do in men, leading to delayed treatment. AI models designed with incomplete data may fail to recognize critical symptoms in women. For instance, cardiovascular disease prediction models trained predominantly on male data struggle to detect heart attacks in female patients. This bias isn't just theoretical. 29% of women in the U.S. report that their medical concerns aren't taken seriously by healthcare providers. When these biases make their way into AI systems, the disparities only deepen. Fortunately, AI innovations are improving women's health care, reducing diagnosis times, enhancing treatment options, and improving early detection. These advancements are closing gaps in care and providing personalized solutions that better address women's unique health needs. In 2024, the federal government invested $100 million in women's health research, accelerating progress in AI-driven healthcare. However, this momentum faces challenges. Funding cuts in 2025 may slow innovation and limit new research efforts. To ensure AI advances equitably, we must build inclusive datasets that reflect women across all demographics. Equally important, we must increase women's participation in AI development. Their insights are critical to creating effective solutions. Driving change starts with us. Here's how you can help. Support women in STEM and AI. Mentorship programs, scholarships, and leadership initiatives make a lasting impact. Advocate for gender-inclusive AI development. Support ethical frameworks that prioritize diversity in data and design. Get involved in women's health research, whether as a participant, researcher, or supporter. Your involvement matters. Join the conversation. Engage with communities working to ensure AI meets the unique needs of women. Women's leadership in AI is essential to ensuring healthcare technologies serve everyone. Closing the gender health gap requires investment, advocacy, and diverse leadership. Together, we can build a future where AI improves healthcare for all women. Join the Alliance for AI to help ensure AI serves women equitably. Together, we can build inclusive healthcare solutions for all.
Hello and welcome to another roundtable discussion. My name is Russell Bundy. I am the Director of Partnerships at GatherVerse and founder of Just Verify. Monet like, yeah, hell yeah. And in this roundtable discussion, we're going to have a discussion around women's health autonomy, what it means in a technology advanced era. And today I have two superb guests with me. This kind of feels like a fireside chat, to be honest, but hey, I'm all here for it. So we'll start with you, Ellie. If you want to do a quick introduction yourself, obviously why you're here, and then Monet will go over to you after.
So, hello, everybody. I'm glad to be here on this panel, Fireside Chat. My name is Ellie Boahen. I'm a cyborg anthropologist and technology ethicist based here in New York City. I'm excited to be here to talk about women's health when it comes into technology development, consent, and our data.
Amazing. That was very quick introduction. And also, by the way, why are you here as well? Like, I'd love to hear, like, kind of like, what brought you here today to join us on this roundtable discussion as well?
Yeah. So my main project right now has been on proliferating technology literacy. So a project that I'm running is called 20-Minute Tech Tutor, where I have been teaching technology foundations to older adults at a low cost.
Oh, wow.
So that it's really accessible and so that older adults are able to get things that Some folks might be too impatient to teach them some things that they might be embarrassed to ask about because it seems too basic. And that's what I've been doing in my community. And I wanted to be here for this Women's Health Conference because I am a woman and I have had to navigate health situations. And when it comes to technology literacy, consent, and access, women's health is at the wrong end of that intersection, being hurt by all of those things.
Well, thank you for joining us, Ellie. And Monet, good to see you again. Quick introduction from yourself and also, why you're here today as well.
Thank you. Great to see you as well. I'm excited to be here today and dive into this important conversation about women's health, technology, and autonomy. And for those who don't know, I'm Monet Wright, founder of Let Me Ask Monet, and a passionate advocate for tech accessibility, cybersecurity, and digital transformation, especially career pivots. And when it comes to empowering marginalized community, that's really where my heart lies. And my work bridges the gaps between career development, AI ethics, and cybersecurity, ensuring that technology is working for all of us and not against us. And really, technology has completely changed how women access healthcare and health information. And we've got AI-powered diagnostics and, period tracking apps and telehealth. And all the things that are there to supposed to be put the control more in our hands. But let's be real, the access does not always equal equity. So today I'm here to break down what's really happening behind the scenes, the risks, the biases, and the gaps in those technologies that we need to address now and not later. Because if we're not at the table building, funding, and designing those solutions, then we're one of the ones that are going to be left out. So we're definitely here to dive into that, and let's get into it today.
Yes, definitely, Monet, and it's great to have you with us as well once again. And but by the way, did you say obviously what brought you here today, or why are you what made you come here today, Monet?
Yes, women's healthcare and health access, because the way that we are projecting that the healthcare and technology is going to merge and expand as we grow, we definitely need to have a conversation about ethics and AI ethics especially. So I'm excited to dive into that more today.
Absolutely, yeah. And like I said, thank you for joining us, Monet. And again, a quick introduction for myself. My name is Russell Bundy. I'm the Director of Partnerships at GatherVerse and also the founder of Just Verify as well. And we're going to get straight into the roundtable discussion. So this roundtable discussion in particular is women's health autonomy, what it means in a technology advanced era. So we'll start with the first question, which how has technology transformed women's access to healthcare and health information? Monet, you're nodding your head, so we'll start with you, and then we'll go over to you after Ellie.
Perfect. Thank you. So technology has put health knowledge directly into women's hands, and that's literally with everything being accessible on our phones and tablets and, our phones and tablets and our laptops as well. So with telemedicine, we have the AI-powered diagnostics and the period tracking apps, like I mentioned earlier, women can use to monitor their own health and access specialists from anywhere in the world and really be able to advocate for themselves more using that data. But while the access has really improved, it's the equity that really hasn't caught up. So too many women, especially in marginalized communities, are still facing barriers to digital healthcare. And something that I experienced recently that's also an issue that we have to discuss is really the lag between the different systems that are not able to communicate with themselves. And that also causes a delay to access medication services, assistance, etc.
No, I completely agree with you there. And also I think there's potentially when it comes to the data and also the data in which potentially technology is trained upon, and also how has it transformed it. If you have the right data that trains the right AI, then that will change things, right? But if you have the wrong data that trains the wrong AI, guess what? It's not going to help. So literally that's the bottom line right there. So Ellie, what are your thoughts on this? Please join us in this conversation.
Yeah, definitely. So technology has transformed women's health in a huge amount of ways. Number one, access, like we talked about, being able to find doctors, being able to visit doctors virtually. Also on the end of being able to verify doctors within your own community, knowing which doctors are safe and unsafe to go to, be it for marginalized communities of women or not, you know which doctors might be a little weird, to put it lightly. On top of that, technology adapted to women's bodies, or being more open about conversation of different tools that help women's bodies. For example, I've been loving this product, which is a breast pump for nursing mothers that is shaped similar to a breast, which makes it more comfortable to hold and feed to a baby at the same time. So you're able to pump in a mobile way and also able to feed your baby. And this is where having the folks who are experiencing these things in the room is super helpful for designing. So technology has increased access to technology, increased safety for some folks, as well as tools that are adapted to make the lives of various women easier.
Well, and just a quick side question: which specific technology do you think has kind of like helped the most out of all? Is there anything in particular that you can think of the top of your head that might, be sort of even more helpful than something else? For example, like for example, AI could be more helpful than the metaverse, for example. That's just a hypothetical. So, is there anything in particular you can think of?
I can't think of them in a hierarchical sense because they're all important to various women depending on what their need and looking for. The one that's excited me the most has been the mobile breast pump, because I have been an educator with early childhood care. I know mothers, I've worked with mothers, and I know how disenfranchising and isolating it can be to find a comfortable place to nurse, being asked to nurse inside of a closet or pump inside of a closet. And so that piece of technology really excites me because it's actually saying, let's have a conversation about this thing that gets very stigmatized and very looked upon weirdly. So that's one that makes me very excited to see made, but looking at them hierarchically, I haven't really ranked them.
It seems like all of them are fundamental from the sounds of it. It's like, okay, it's not just one individual piece of technology or product. Is like, no, it's all of them across the board, all 50 or 60 or however many of them there are. I don't know how many there are. So
exactly, it's the spectrum of health, and so you can't really hierarchize them, but yes.
No, thank you for sharing that, Ellie. And Renee, I'm going to fire the next question at you, which is, what risks do emerging technologies pose to women's health autonomy, particularly in data privacy? Very interesting question.
Yes, great question. So the real aspect of it all is that our health data is definitely a gold mine, and companies are making sure that they're cashing in. So we're talking about back to the period tracking apps, fertility platforms, and even smartwatches. All that technology is collecting sensitive data, very sensitive data, and often without full transparency on how it's being used. And that is something that we have to really advocate for more transparency from these companies that we're entrusting with our data. And the real danger is the fact that the data can be weaponized. So we've already seen cases where health data has been used against women in legal cases. And without those strong protections and ethical tech development, privacy is at a serious risk, but then it's also taking that sensitive data and weaponizing it in courtrooms and legal cases.
Right. First of all, I didn't even know that was happening. That's crazy.
Yes. That's why transparency is so important. We need an itemized list of what it's going to be used for and how it's going to be used.
Yeah, that's actually shocked me. I haven't got words for that. I think, that's just wrong in so many ways. But anyway, no, I completely agree with you. And in terms of let's talk about some other emerging technologies, right? I mean, obviously, we talk about AI a lot, but what about some other emerging technologies? For example, on the last panel, we was talking about blockchain, right? So, for example, in that side of things, how could that pose a risk to women's health autonomy, and particularly the data privacy side? For example, because I could give you a very simple example, where blockchain is visibly, publicly available, as in you can see it transparently. Again, I'm just kind of like pushing that out there, but what are your thoughts on it, Monet?
Yeah, great question. I would definitely say that we need to make sure that with any technology that is being developed, because they're all going to have instances where, there's not going to be that transparency there. But the more that we are including, we meaning us and women, we have to be at those tables. We have to be developing that technology, and we have to be on those boards and in those rooms and spaces where they're going to be talking about what is going to be happening with the data that women are providing. Because at the end of the day, a lot of tech jobs are really going for the males and looking for them to develop the apps and all that stuff, but women can also code, women can also design applications, and women
That's
should be
true.
included at that table where they're making those crucial decisions.
Yeah, no, I agree. And Ellie, what's your thoughts on this discussion so far?
Yeah, so emerging technologies can pose a lot of benefits, especially for one's health. But in terms of autonomy and privacy, it is terrifying. Like what you had learned today about period tracking app data being used to prosecute some women. For those of you who are not familiar, menstrual cycles can vary from individual to individual. Some people have more irregular cycles, some people have more regular cycles. By using that data about your cycles, authorities with that data can be able to see when you have missed your period, when you have had a gap. So individuals who might have irregular cycles and that knowledge not being more proliferated might become persecuted because there is data that seems unfamiliar to folks. So this is talking about women's health education, even before we get into the privacy and autonomy. Having period tracking apps being so essential, especially to women with endometriosis, PCOS, other reproductive issues, they rely upon tracking apps in order to manage their lives, because some of these conditions invoke debilitating pain, meaning that they have to reschedule plans, meaning that they have to work their lives around these health conditions, and period tracking apps helps them manage that. So it is a health condition they're trying to manage, except they don't have many options that don't give their data to third-party individuals that they have no knowledge of. So they don't have that full autonomy because they rely upon health tools to live, similar to parents might not have autonomy because they rely upon certain apps to manage their children, or the whole nursing mother sort of situation. So technology can help women, but we have to really evaluate what are women's health issues and how that autonomy is being taken away as the data goldmine, as Monet put it. And when you mentioned blockchain earlier before, blockchain can be really cool, except that privacy, it's an open network, access barriers, right? If you are in a remote location, and often when we say remote locations, some might think of the global south, but I'm thinking of rural America. You might not have access to regular internet. You might not have the knowledge of blockchain. You just want to make sure that you're okay. So emerging tech can be really awesome, but let's meet the individuals where they are and develop technology and tools around them and give them the ability to consent or not consent.
Agreed. And I will speak on the blockchain side quickly. There are two sides to the blockchain. You've got the public blockchain, but then you've also got the private blockchain. So can you have blockchain private, or can you have it privately? Yes, but you have to have the correct blockchain to do that. You can't just go onto Solana or Ethereum or Flow or what else is there? Avalanche. I mean, you can't go to any of these blockchains and just go, all right, hey guys, let's use this public blockchain. And then your data is out there everywhere, and everyone's like, whoa, I can see your data now. So yeah, I mean, if you're going to use the technology, obviously, like you said, it's got to be used in the correct way and in the correct process of doing it, and having the right system, involved with that. So, but to your point, Ali, I completely agree with what you're saying. And there should be a way in which you can accept or not accept, or being able to know what is, where your data is going, what's happening with your data, and, how it's being used as well. So let's go on to another question now, which is, how can AI and healthcare, and this is your question, Monet, because I know you like AI so much, like me, So how can AI and healthcare technology empower women to take more control over their health decisions? So Monet, over to you.
Perfect. Thank you. So AI definitely has the power to personalize healthcare for sure. So it has the power, for instance, predicting health risks and recommending tailored treatments. But the empowerment isn't just about AI doing the work. It's about women having control over their own health data and, being transparent again with what's happening to that data. And then AI decisions being decisions and why they reach those decisions being very transparent, and even medical professionals actually listening to the woman's concerns and not just falling back on AI. There was, and it's funny because I can talk about this one instance where I was meeting with my doctor and I was asking about a serious concern that I was having. And when he turned his screen to me, I could tell that he was on WebMD. So, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but it's also like, I mean, I could have looked it up on WebMD.
Oh my God.
What am I paying for? So, it's things like that. And then, you just have to make sure that with AI, it definitely should be used as a tool for informed decision making, not just a replacement for a woman's autonomy. You definitely have to listen to the women, have us in the room, and make sure that, there's transparency and you're being aware of everything that is going into play when it comes to, especially that data recommending some type of tailored treatment for you, because an AI is just not human. It doesn't have that human element fused into it yet, I guess. So that's where that's where we're at right now.
Right. I think the AI can help empower in a lot of ways. Again, like how you're saying it's the data, but then also at the same time it's kind of like how the person uses it too, right? And if they use it in the correct way, then it can be very beneficial. But if you use it in the wrong way, well then it won't be, right? And sometimes when people have mental health problems, they can use it in the wrong way, and it makes their mental health even worse. And then all of a sudden you go down this rabbit hole, and then you're just
exactly. It's
you're
like
down there.
It's like a bad WebMD or Google search. It can be as simple as a cut or a scrape, or you have like cancer or something.
Yeah, so I definitely agree. Like it's how it's used. What the data is, and also is it being used in the right way as well? Like as in when it comes to ethics and safety and fairness and bias and all these different AI categories which go into AI and AI responsibility. What else is there? There's a bunch more. But all of that said, across the board, if it's used in the right way, it can be beneficial. If it's not used in the right way, it's not. So, and Ellie, let's bring you into this. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think AI can do one of the greatest empowering things, which is believing people, allowing for people to be heard and accessing that information. I mean, Monet has touched upon this multiple times, but I'll reference a recent article that my mentor Art Chang sent to me, which is a woman saying ChatGPT saved her life. Basically, her platelets were extremely low, and her doctor wouldn't be able to look at it for a few days. And had she waited that amount of time, she would have been dead. But she was able to give her medical information, look it over with AI, and the AI actually gave her exactly what to say when she walked into the emergency room. Now, yes, there is a data privacy concern of giving your medical charts to an AI model, but if we had more personalized AI models and tools that allowed for people to get medical advice that's tailored to their health, that is amazing. I mean, most famously for me that I talk with my friends about very often is that strokes look differently in women than they do in men's bodies. So if a woman is experiencing a stroke, there might be symptoms that get overlooked because you're looking for symptoms that are more common in a man.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So no, so I guess maybe just a point on what can you give me I guess one example of what that might be? For example, is it that their face is not slightly slanted? Is it like something else? Like what is it in particular like you kind of like looking for just quickly?
Yeah, so some of that can be the woman might be speaking clearly, but she might seem just foggy brained or just tired.
Got you.
It
Got
might
you.
be something as simple as like more of a headache, right? So there might be some of those common characteristics of a stroke, but there are less common characteristics like I normally have a card with me on hand that I always talk with friends about, but there are characteristics within extreme health conditions like heart attacks, strokes that present differently in women symptomatically than in men, but more often than not, we're trained to look at those symptoms within cisgendered male bodies, right?
Got you.
Because
Got you.
that's what the medical data is built upon. Through
Yeah.
AI, we're able to feed the latest research on women's health into AI models and allow for women to be able to actually have their concerns taken seriously and
Sure.
look at it from the lens of, oh, this is how this often presents in a woman.
Okay, interesting. And Monet, just to bring you back into the conversation now. My next question for you is, what ethical concerns arise when technology companies collect and use the women's health data? We've just spoke about obviously protecting women's, data and using it in the correct way and or not using it at all, or even not even taking the data. So how do we, collect and use women's health data? Like, how do the technologies companies do that? Basically, what are the ethical concerns to that, basically?
Definitely, I would say what we've talked about over and over again is exploitation. So women's health data is often collected under the guise of helping, but it's then sold, shared, and used for profit. And the lack of regulation and consent-driven models means women often have no control over how their data is used. And if you're profiting off of women's health without giving them control, then the companies that are doing that are definitely part of the problem. So it's really the exploitation and operating under that guise that they're looking to help. But often it's just a tactic that they're using to collect and, utilize our data for things that we didn't even advocate for or didn't agree to, whether we read the terms and conditions or not.
That is true. That is true. A lot of times we don't even read the terms and conditions, right? We just kind of skim past them and go, "Yep, all right, whatever." And then the next thing you know, your data's being used somewhere else, and then it's going somewhere. And then the next thing you know, you're like, "Okay, how have I got this random person ringing me from halfway across the world who I don't even know who that person is," right? So, yeah, I think when it comes to sort of the ethical concerns, when technology companies collect and use the women's health data, right? It has to be used if you are going to collect the data, it has to be used in the right way, as in for healthcare reasons, not sell that data to the third party, for example, right?
Exactly.
So Ellie, let's bring you into this as well. What are your thoughts in terms of the ethical concerns arising when technology companies collect and use women's health data?
Yes. And before I get into that, I will give the women's stroke thing. It was a chance, as in CHANTS. So chest pain, hiccups, a racing heartbeat, nausea, tiredness or sudden fatigue, and shortness of breath. So I always say chance. That's very helpful on top of fast, or be fast is the regular one to look for. So new fun fact for you all to make sure to take care of folks if they're having a stroke.
Thank you for teaching me.
Of course. And getting back into ethical concerns with tech companies collecting women's data, I mean, Monet kind of covered a vast majority of it. It's consent. It's consent. It's consent, consent. And I will say this forever within my technology ethics work. Women's health is... we need more data on it for research, but I assure you that if we actually had transparent conversations about where the data is going, who's researching it, right? How long is it being stored for? We would be able to find out way more about women's health and help more women if we actually had transparent conversations about it. And it's not just a want. In some cases, it is a need. It is going to be a legal conversation. about how that data might be used by different individuals. So tech companies might be collecting the data from a perspective of, we want to make our AI model better. We want to make our physical technology better. But having those conversations with the people using the technology about where that data is being held, collected, what's the security around it in case of a data breach, we need to be more upfront we need to be more transparent with each other about how that data is being used to better things overall.
Got you.
Yeah.
Got you. And I'm just thinking as well, like, when it comes to, protecting the data or keeping it secure, or, the thing is, like, when it comes to sort of like the personalized AI, right, and having like your own AI version of you and stuff like that, like, do you want your own personal AI assistant, so to speak, to know your healthcare data, for example, right? Like, these are different questions which, like, I know I'm talking about sort of like emerging technology and AI and kind of like how everything is changing, but we're going to get to a point where each of us is going to have our own personal assistant, so to speak, right, or our own personal AI that goes with us. So I guess my question to you, Ellie, is do we want like that personal AI assistant to have our healthcare data, or do we not, want it to have that? Like, as in, like, we still want to consent, we still want to make sure we control our data, or do we want it to have our data because it's like, okay, well, this is my companion, like, this is the person that goes with me everywhere, right, in terms of AI. So, and I know it's a bit of a side question, and I might be just firing this at you, but I just wanted to see what your thoughts were on that.
I appreciate the question, and my answer is we should be able to have the option to choose whether or not to. I know for me, with my various health conditions that I navigate, I would love to have a personal assistant that knows my health information. For example, if I'm writing and it seems like my brain is lagging or something like that, they can tell, oh, you have this rate of typos, but this rate of typos that you're sending in to me or saying shows that there might be something going wrong here and we should tap in, right? That would be really awesome, but that's something that I would consent to. And that's something that I would understand, that this assistant who's helping me write this essay will also have information upon my past medical history. So overall, it's basically a network of permission gates that people should be allowed to open or close at any time.
And by the way, I just want to say welcome, Megan. Thank you for joining us. And yeah, if you want to do a quick, there's a little mute button down at the bottom. There's like it'll be like a little microphone. There you go. You're with us now. So Megan, do you want to introduce yourself quickly and just tell us who you are, and then we can ask you a question as well.
Hi, I'm Megan, that cannot tell time. We've had a time change here in California, and I apologize for being late. I thought I was early. Ladies, thank you so much. I've been listening for a few minutes, and I got to tell you, I'm relieved. I was listening to the conference earlier this morning, and I'm so grateful that we have this defense about kind of an offense, defense, balance, hot, cold, yin, yang, love, hate with the AI. I'm a holistic health practitioner. So for me, ladies, and I think that you agree, it's about the innate intelligence first. My intelligence comes from my connection with nature, with the rhythms of nature. The sun, the moon, the clouds, the sky, the earth, the oceans. We are all replications of the earth inside our bodies. And I think that being in tune with this is so important as we go into AI. AI is wonderful, it's helpful, it has its assets and its liabilities.
No, I agree. It has its positives, but it has its negatives. Like saying the yin, the yang, and again, how I said earlier, which is like basically it's the way in which you use it, or it's the way in which the AI is trained on, which will be definitively how it's used and what it can be used for, and depending on the use case and what it's assisting with in the healthcare sector. So. So it's very interesting, and I will kind of go on to the next question here, Megan, and we'll fire this one at you, and then Monet will go over to you after, which is how can we prevent bias in healthcare AI models that might overlook or misinterpret women's health needs?
Can you repeat the question?
So in very simple terms, how can we prevent bias from happening within AI models so that it doesn't misinterpret, women's health needs, as in it doesn't give like the wrong advice, or it overlooks certain, health problems?
I don't think that we can. I think that that error is going to be there because it's artificial intelligence. I think this is where our connection with our own resources. For me, I think it's professionals in the office sharing tools for women to get in touch with what they truly value. I've been through the healthcare system, and for me, it was very scary because, as I heard Christopher talking earlier, we are raised to have complete faith in the medical system.
Right.
And we forget, or we were taught about the power of journaling, the power of questioning, the power of living in our highest values. So I think that it's that balance. Ideally, is like Ellie was saying, that we're going to have these AI buddies. If we can have someone in the offices also share, or the AI buddy sharing with us, this is the time to do your breath work. This is the time to do your journaling. This is the time to spot and do your sun gazing. I think that is a beautiful way to merge the AI with our innate intelligence.
Yeah, it being used in a positive way, being used in it's kind of like how we were saying before, right? Certain use cases, making sure it's being used in the right way, and making sure that women's problems aren't overlooked or misinterpreted in any sort of way.
Women's problems are women's challenges. Our bodies give us messages through pain and inflammation and hair loss and skin loss. All of that are messages that our innate intelligence, our divine wisdom is giving us. And we can plug that into AI and see what comes back, and then merge that with our true intelligence. It's this dance, it's a waltz, if you will.
Monet, what are your thoughts on this? And if Megan, you could mute your microphone, because I'm just going to pass it over to Monet, which is what are your thoughts on everything that has been discussed so far, and what Megan was sharing with that?
Absolutely. So the bias in AI is really a life or a death issue when it comes to healthcare, especially women's healthcare. And the fact is, most medical data is based on the male-centric models, just like Ellie was saying, and it leads to misdiagnostics of multiple different issues. And then you're also overlooking symptoms that women have, and especially for Black women, like that's going to be skewed, especially if we're not one of the data sets that the AI model is trained on. And some solutions that we definitely need to talk about is diversity in the data. Like I mentioned, training AI on the data sets that actually reflect women's experiences. Also transparency and making sure that AI decision making is clear and it's something that everyone can access and be able to, like Ellie mentioned, toggle on and off certain permissions that we granted. Then also accountability. Oh yes.
No. That's what I was about to say. I said, would you say accountability would be an important part? But you're just going on to that. So my bad.
No worries. And yes, lastly, accountability. So AI developers and healthcare providers must be held responsible for the biased outcomes too. And this will actually be the last question I'll be able to answer because I have to run really quickly. But I know Megan and Ellie will be able to handle the rest of the conversation.
Yeah, we've got about 10 minutes left, but Monet, thank you for joining us on the panel, and it's a pleasure having you with us. However long you've got left, or if you've got to jump off now, fair enough. I know you're extremely busy, but it's a pleasure having you, Monet, and thank you for joining us today.
Thank you. I'll see the rest of it later, and thank you, ladies, for joining us today. I appreciate the discussion.
Bye. See you, Monet. So to kind of continue the conversation, and like I said, we've got about 10 minutes left, so I've got a couple more questions, which is, I find this one a very interesting question, which is, what challenges exist in making reproductive health autonomy possible in regions with restrictive policies? Now, on the previous panel, we were discussing about that. So, Ellie, please join us. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think that this touches into biases we have when we create pieces of technology. Reproductive health care or healthcare within women can be so easily and has been politicized. So when we're creating applications or tools to help with women's health, we have to look at the regions that we are expecting to help. Think about technology access. Think about the responsibilities that women might hold in various communities. Think about what things are stigmatized or taboo to talk about to within women, outside of women, kept within yourself. You have to look at the cultures and also the legal repercussions of various women's health concerns and issues, and what things to look for when it comes to women's health. I've been talking a lot about reproductive and menstrual health because I have been working on an app around that that's privacy respecting. So apologies for my perspective being biased towards that. But when it comes into reproductive health, we really have to be in tune with the communities that we are serving before we start trying to popularize various tools or solutions that communities may not be looking for or may not need, or communities may actively need, but we're not serving them in the ways that they need.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. And we're on the previous panel where there was a lady on, I completely blank her, I forgot her name basically, but she was saying because she does a lot of work within sort of like the underrepresented communities, as in like sort of like the African region, and how she helps them, and she was saying about how those regions do have restrictive policies that are in place, and it does, and obviously it's a different culture as well. Like that's the other thing we've got to think about too in terms of all this. So but she was expressing that earlier within the previous panel, and obviously I didn't even know that, because I'm honestly I'm learning so much right now. I'm gonna be honest, I'm learning so much. So but she expressed that on the previous panel and saying about the restrictive policies that they have over there, and like you said, it's different places for different cultures, and it's like how do you find that balance between still pushing your solution out, but also at the same time respecting what that country or culture is, I guess, at the same time, right?
Is it okay if I say something in response to that a little bit?
Sure.
So when we were talking about AI bias, right? Think about what medical information might bias it because we're not looking at various cultures within it. Think about within machine learning, right? We have machines that are getting the data in, being taught right and wrong if it's observed machine learning models, but there's actually a concept within machine learning called machine unlearning, right? The ability to remove your data from a model or remove your data from a set. And that might be, as Monet said, life or death. Life or death in terms of getting care, but life or death in terms of being able to remove your information from an exposed data set if it is exposed to if it is exposed in general. So yeah, AI bias and models can actually make a huge difference, not only culturally, but within those biases affecting the front end and the back end of the healthcare experience.
Megan, we don't have much time left, but we are going to cover to you. And this is my last question, which is, how do we make sure that women have access to unbiased and accurate health information online?
I think that's pretty simple. I am a ChatGPT fan, for example, and it's upgraded web Google. People can create an account, a free account on ChatGPT, and start putting their information in there, and it goes. ChatGPT kind of puts it in a blender and spits out information for us, and you can take what you like and leave the rest. I mean, that's just a quick and dirty way. It's free for people that have access to a computer. Someone mentioned politics. There's a lot of information going on right now, and I'm not a political person, so I won't even address that. Yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, obviously, we've got to be careful when it comes to obviously, ChatGPT, because of course, again, as we were saying earlier, we don't know where our data is going within ChatGPT, right, or what's happening. So, as fantastic as it is, at the same time, it comes to the yin to the yang, which you were saying earlier, which is okay, but where is our data going, or how is that being used, or what's going on after? Okay, great, we've got the maybe like accurate information or the correct information or whatever information you picked, but then what happens after that with my data that I inputted into there? So again,
yes. And so you need to decide, like, what do you value? What do you value? If humanity is going to take this information and digest it and come back and harm you in some way, then that's a thought process that you have that you've got to deal with, right? So it really begins with each individual. What do I think and feel about the relationship with AI? I mean, if you think the world is out to get you and use your information to harm you, then you're screwed. Pardon my language, right? So, you have to decide how you feel about what's going on in the world and take your action from there. And I do believe about reproductive. I'm really passionate about that. I think that before women start getting help from AI to have babies, we need to go through stress management, because 90% of women that go through AI assistance to have babies and get pregnant are doing it because they're so stressed out that their body is saying, this is not the time to have a baby.
And on that note, I'm afraid we have to finish this roundtable discussion. But thank you so much, Megan and Ellie, for joining us. And it's a pleasure having you both with us on board today. And also, it's been fantastic having you both here. And that is pretty much it for this roundtable discussion. Up next, we do have another roundtable with Christopher Lafayette as the moderator, and they'll be speaking about the art of survival, overcoming invisible battles when health crumbles. And also before that, we do have a short video in between that where we're going to be the videos about identifying the unseen, sex trafficking awareness. And that's it from me. And thank you so much everyone for joining us. Make sure you follow these lovely ladies on LinkedIn and also myself. And I will see you again very soon.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye. Aloha.
Welcome to Human Trafficking Awareness, Identifying the Unseen. My name is Heidi Chance. I'm a human trafficking investigator with over 16 years of experience, both with Phoenix Police Department, and I'm an active law enforcement investigator for the Attorney General's Office. I'm also featured in a documentary called Sex Trafficking in America, which is a really good depiction of what sex trafficking looks like domestically here in the United States. I am now an author as well, with my business that I created, A Chance for Awareness, and my book is called Talk to Them, because I kept running into the issue when I'm spreading awareness about human trafficking that parents in the audience are wondering how to have these difficult conversations when I tell them that they need to have these conversations with their children younger than they think. And so I wrote the how-to guide, Talk to Them, on how to have these difficult conversations. Well, let's begin with today's presentation on identifying the unseen. As far as starting with this entire situation of human trafficking, we need to clear up some myths and things that are going on, people's misconceptions of what human trafficking is. It is different from human smuggling. Human smuggling involves a crime against the border or the state, whereas human trafficking involves a crime against a person, and that crime consists of either forced sex or forced labor. And in that, we would have to prove the crime. In the crime, force, fraud, or coercion was occurring. And force and fraud and coercion are the elements that we would have to show happen to establish that a person's a victim of human trafficking. However, anyone under the age of 18 is automatically a victim. My motive for sharing awareness is to put out there to as many members of the public as possible about this crime and the ins and outs of what human trafficking is. These cases are really hard to investigate. I'm not going to have a witness typically that saw someone go have sex with somebody, make money, and then turn that money over to their trafficker. And so these cases are very difficult. We have to use corroborative evidence, DNA, cell phones, hotel receipts, videos, footage, other witnesses, those kind of corroborative evidence type of things to give more weight to what the victim's describing happened versus what the suspect says happened. These cases definitely also involve different people's perceptions of human trafficking, society's view of it, the underground crime that no one talks about and no one thinks is happening in our backyard and in our community, but it is right here in the communities where we live. And then law enforcement's view of this issue. Back in 1998, I didn't have a class on human trafficking in the police academy. In fact, there are very few law enforcement agencies that make that a mandated class. And so the police aren't even seeing this trafficking situation happening right under their noses on the calls that they respond to for service. And then we have an issue of victims not seeing themselves as victims. They don't even realize that they're being exploited. And people's perception of what a victim is. People think that a victim has to be someone that's poor or transient or down on their luck. And really, a victim could be anyone, male, female, of any race, any socioeconomic demographic. It really could be anyone. So my motive for my awareness presentation and to get on as many platforms as I can is I want informed juries. Because if I'm going to go testify as an expert witness in a trial and I'm describing a victim, who I'm calling a victim, a person, and testifying that they're freely walking down the side of the road with a phone in their hand, I'm calling them a victim and I'm saying that they're trapped. I need a jury to wrap their head around the fact that this victim is not free to leave and they are trapped. And then we definitely have an issue of people that we put in prison and jail over human trafficking, getting right back out and going right back to trafficking other people. What we really need to go over today in this class, however, are the indicators so that you can recognize this issue happening with someone you may know. Observing any signs of physical abuse or injury. Physical sign of abuse is going to be something that's in your face and you're going to be able to see it. It's bruising, it's scars, marks, broken bones, those kind of things. Bruises, we know that they change color. They go from dark brown, purple, and they fade over time as they heal to a yellow, green color, and then they disappear. So if you see someone with dark brown bruises, purple bruises, and yellow bruises, then you know that that person's been through two different situations of an assault. Lack of eye contact, that's actually an indicator because in this lifestyle, an individual who's being exploited will get in trouble for looking at someone in the eyes. So it isn't that they're being deceptive necessarily if they're not looking at you in the eyes, but it is part of the trafficking situation where they might be under the control of someone who would punish them for that. Victims appear to shrink when you mention or they overhear someone talking about involving law enforcement. That should be an indicator that maybe we should call law enforcement because this person doesn't really want us to involve them. Of course, you're going to respect their privacy and, you're going to, try and encourage them to talk to law enforcement, but it may be a situation where you, out of the, goodness of your heart, need to involve law enforcement and have law enforcement involved with whatever situation's going on to help this person get out of the situation they're in. Lack of knowledge about where they are or details about where they've been, what they've been doing. If it's a runaway juvenile, that's especially important to find out where they've been, what have they been doing. Tattoos. If you've heard of branding in the lifestyle of human trafficking, where traffickers will brand their victims, just like we're all watching the Duttons on Yellowstone, the TV show, the Duttons will brand their cows with the Y because they are showing ownership of the cows that they own. Traffickers in a similar fashion will brand their victims with the same or similar tattoo. It could be a moniker name, it could be a symbol, But if you're standing in line at the store and you've got 3 people in front of you and they're all dressed to attract and it's in the middle of the night and they all have tattoos, the same tattoos, but they look like they're not related, that would be like a ding ding, bingo, Yahtzee, blackjack, whatever game you play, an indicator that you are on the money with your assumption that they might be involved in trafficking. They don't possess their own identification, or they're not holding their own property, or someone else is holding their phone. Anytime that someone's not, I mean, you, a normal person, wouldn't let someone else walk around with your ID and your phone. That's just not normal. So that is definitely an indicator. Let's see here, unable to provide explanations to simple answers, or they're not answering questions that you're asking them, someone else is answering for them. That's what law enforcement, why we pull people out of the cars, why we separate people, because we don't want the information to be, you know, nothing but the truth, obviously. So we're trying to get to the bottom of what happened, and so we separate people. So if I'm asking you a question and someone else is answering for you, that's going to bother me as a law enforcement officer, but it also should bother you as a person who's trying to get to the bottom of what's going on with this person you're trying to help. Hotel keys, multiple hotel keys, working at night. The reference to the word working is also an indicator as far as the terminology. I have a resource at the end that is a glossary of terms, so to speak, of the terminology used in the trafficking space. And it is a great resource for you if you are involved in human trafficking in any way. And even just overhearing someone speak some of these terms could be an indicator for you that a trafficking situation might be going on with this person. Older boyfriend, running away. If it's a juvenile and they've run away and they've been recovered, but they were recovered in a known area for prostitution. There are in big cities, street prostitution still happening to this day, and there are known areas for prostitution called the track or the blade. Again, another term. And if they were recovered on the blade when they were found, that's a very concerning situation of why they were in that area and what they were doing in that area. Discrepancy in age. If they tell you they're 23, but you're looking at their baby face and they look 15, that could be an indicator that there's, you know, a reason why they're lying. Fractures, malnourishment. I have a full over 2.5 hour class on my website that I'll talk about at the end that goes into more detail about this class. And malnourishment is a part of the control that traffickers use. Traffickers will have victims out on the streets and they have to make a certain amount of money called a quota before they can come back to the hotel room to shower, to rest, to sit down. And certainly they're not allowed to take money from the money the trafficker is supposed to be getting to eat anything. They have to ask permission to eat. And so these victims are sometimes only eating 1 meal a day if they're allowed to eat at all. So malnourishment and poor diet is very much part of this lifestyle. More terminology for you, the word daddy, that's intentional. They're using the word daddy on purpose because daddy is an authority figure in the person's life. They're replacing that of person. You can see the other terms later. Multiple cell phones, especially if it's a kid, where did this phone come from? As far as reporting, I'm sure you're aware of the National Human Trafficking Hotline. If you visited any airport recently, there's stickers and posters everywhere, but there are some states that also have a hotline. And so I've listed those here for you. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and close. If you would like that resource, the terminology is here. If you scan the QR code and answer a couple of questions about the presentation, and I would be happy to send that your way through email. And here's my contact information. Again, my book is called Talk to Them. I have other classes available, a situational awareness class, a digital literacy for parents to learn about online safety, and I do have a newsletter for monthly information about human trafficking happening in our community. So I thank you so much and I appreciate your time, and we'll see you on the next one.
And greetings and welcome, everyone. Welcome to the final roundtable discussion of GatherVerse Women's Health Summit 2025. I'll be your moderator for this extraordinary roundtable discussion. What a way to end the day, if you will, coming off the heels of incredible expressions. Speakers will ask that you mute your mics until called upon. We have a lot to unpack, and we'll get to each of you in just a moment. There's a lot to be able to share. And for the audience that's with us and still sitting here with us at GatherVerse.live, which we're so happy to see the many restreams that are happening throughout the world, transmetropolitan and transcontinental. While some of you are just waking up and some of you are getting ready to go to bed, yet here you are with us to be able to sojourn in this very enlightening GatherVerse Summit. I have to say, for record, this may be one of the most, if not the most enlightening GatherVerse Summit that we've had with over 30 summits. And I say that in earnest and sincerity. Speakers, I'm going to call upon you to please, 30 seconds or less, if you will, to be able to let us all know who are you and why have you decided to come here to be able to join with us today. Molly, permit us to begin with you, please.
Yes, thank you. I'm Molly Campbell. I'm a public speaker about domestic abuse. I speak from my lived experience as a victim and now a survivor of domestic abuse. And I speak because I talk for the victims who are silent, the victims who are afraid because they've been stigmatized with domestic abuse and domestic violence. Domestic abuse affects women's health, and often it is the things that are unseen that victims of domestic abuse go through, like traumatic brain injuries, depression, anxiety, attacks on the immune system. So I'm excited to be on this panel today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Molly. We're very happy to have you. Tiffany, please.
Yes, my name is Tiffany Martin. I am the founder and CEO of Visiotech. We work on accessible technologies, leveraging AI, specifically for persons with disabilities. The reason why I am here is because all the work that I do comes from lived experiences. I am a 3-time transplant recipient. I am a type 1 juvenile diabetic, and I am 100% blind, no light or object perception. With that being said, the loss of a faculty or the challenges that comes with the disabilities that I have does not negate or limit my capabilities. And so I want to be a living and walking billboard for what AI can do, keeping in mind the guardrails and the safety that we need to develop it and distribute it to help and bridge the gap with people with disabilities.
Indeed. Thank you, Tiffany, for joining us. Miriam.
Thank you so much. My name is Miriam Jacobson. I am a functional medicine dietitian and breathwork facilitator. And I am both a patient and a provider. And so I have experienced both ends of the healthcare spectrum. And I think, you know, when I think this is a really important conversation about navigating our health. A lot of the struggles that we experience as individuals are unseen. And so I think that this is a really valuable conversation that helps to bridge gaps, helps people feel less alone and more empowered. So I'm really excited to be here with you all.
Thank you, Miriam. We're excited to be here with you as well. Anjali.
Hi, my name is Anjali Kapoor. I am the founder of Oversight Global, and we are on a mission to help women to be empowered and help them to create the lives, careers, and businesses that they authentically love. And so I'm here today as part of this Women's Health Summit. I actually come from a long career in healthcare prior to becoming a leadership coach. And so as same as Miriam, I've been on both ends, being part of a providing team of healthcare and also a patient. I used to have chronic migraines and also an autoimmune arthritis, which I have since been able to go into remission in both from. And so I, love to share my experience and help other women to be able to do the same.
Thank you, Anjali. We're happy to have you. Marie.
Good morning. I am so grateful to be here today. Thank you so much for putting this together. I am the CEO of C Coaching LLC, but most importantly, I am a spokesperson for the American Cancer Society for 13 years. My mission really is not just to help women own their own businesses and thrive, but my mission is to use my voice to really be out there to promote people getting screened. 65% of people are not getting screened for cancer. So I'm using my voice, hopefully touching 6 million souls this year to make that movement. 1 out of 8 women will hear you have cancer in their lifetime. So I'm going to use my voice as a survivor, and I want to leave my legacy to be a blessing.
How striking, the data already. We have so much to unpack. Thank you, Marie, for sharing that. Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Sam.
Hi, Christopher. Thank you for having me, and thank you all for gathering today. I'm the founder of Connect More, and I'm also the creator of the Human Code. So it's my mission as a woman in tech. My entire career has been tech, a computer programmer onwards. And my mission is to help bridge that gap in communication and authentic connection in this digital age that we are in.
Thank you so much, Sam. We're happy to have you here. Esther.
Hi, everyone. My name is Esther. I'm the founder of SmartFit Tribe. I'm also an arts and health practitioner and a mental health educator. I'm passionate about women's health and well-being. I'm very, very also passionate about emotional disability because I believe that a lot of women are emotional disabled. And this has to do in Nigeria, particularly around Africa, it has to do with stress and most of the kinds of pressure that women face here in Africa. So my community is largely centered on holistic health practices and using dance as a way to help women stay healthy, stay fit, and stay safe. It's such a privilege to be here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Esther. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much, audience, who've stayed with us down here to the very end of this very important and rather special discussion. My name is Christopher Lafayette, founder of GatherVerse. I'll be the moderator for this roundtable discussion, but I'll also play the role of a student. There's much to be able to unpack. Let's chop wood. Permit me to go immediately off script roundtable before we get to our first question. I want to acknowledge that really the juxtaposition or looking at the balance of things. It's on one hand, each of you have shared from your expressions of things that you've experienced and that you've gone through, if you will, when it comes to a number of different experiences that are so appropriate for this discussion. But more so, there is this persistent, necessary need to move forward at the self-same time. My question to each of you, and Molly, we're going to start with you, and then I am going to jump around, and we want to keep our answers short and quick. When trauma strikes, none of us know when. It can happen in the blink of an eye. It does happen often for many people in the blink of an eye, unaware. Perhaps they go and get that cancer screening, and then they find out something that they didn't want to happen. Perhaps they find themselves with Tiffany's situation, who I do consider even a personal friend, have had been more privy to hearing some of the things that she's experienced, and things happen unaware. Molly, when it happens, when trauma does strike, it's not a question of if. We all know here that it's only a question of when. Anjali has spent plenty of time in the medical theater. She could tell you firsthand. When it happens, Molly, what does that mean now in this world that things are moving as fast as they can? Trauma does arrive. What encouragement do you have for the audience when this strikes?
Well, first, you're not alone. I found from my personal experience and from talking to others that community helps heal. Whether you have a faith community, whether you just have friends, whether you have family, whether you have neighbors, or it can be, as strange as we are in this time, it could be an online community. It could be a virtual community. So first, understand that probably you're not the only one that's ever experienced this trauma. That's first, to know that you're not alone. Second is to reach out to any of those communities. whether it's a support group or a family or an online resource, they are there to help, especially the organizations that have hotlines, the organizations that have online resources. That's why they're there. Those would be my first two recommendations on how to handle the challenge of when a trauma occurs.
Sure. And those are excellent recommendations, Anjali. Let's come over to you. Molly just shared with us the need for community. She let us know right now here in live that we're not alone. Anjali, what do you have for us on top of that?
Yeah, beautiful tips from Molly there in regards to when trauma happens in our life. So for me, I've been, it's like all of us, I've been traumatized several times throughout my life, but in terms of my health and medical, like as I mentioned, I've had chronic migraines since I was 5. So, that wasn't really traumatizing to me because I didn't know any other way of life other than having them all the time. But when I got diagnosed with my autoimmune arthritis, it was several years back now. I think I was in my early 30s at the time. That was very traumatic for me. That kind of came out of nowhere. I didn't know what an autoimmune arthritis was, if there was any cure for it. And, I actually went into this deep depression. So when I got diagnosed, because, I just, I always imagined the worst. And so for me, I learned from that experience to not let your conditions become your identity. For a long time with my migraines as well as my arthritis, I always let them hold me back from going on vacations or trying new things because, I always made an excuse that I was worried that something would happen. So ultimately I learned that the conditions that I had at the time were not who I am. I just happened to have those at that time. And so that would be what I would add to what Molly has brilliantly given us as well.
Thank you so much, Anjali. There's such an identity that comes with some of the things that we experience, Esta. And so psychologically, Esta, things could be mentally debilitating once we find ourselves in these situations of storms, if you will. What are some of the ways that you deal with that and that you recommend for our audience in confronting these particular things that show up at our doorstep?
Okay, so that question is for me, right?
That's exactly for you.
Fantastic. I could just speaking from what the last speaker said, because at some point in my life, I experienced early menopause. That was very crazy. I've never seen anything like that before. And I almost literally went mad, right? I wasn't in touch with my feelings. So the way that I found my way out of that situation, and I was able to reinvent and rediscover myself because there were things I could no longer do. So I would say that give yourself permission to reinvent yourself. First, know that it's not your fault. Secondly, know that you need to survive in these times with community of like-minded people. And one thing that helped me is a very small circle. I had a very small circle of people who knew me, who saw me beyond how I see myself. And each time I came with these challenges, they were the ones pulling me and seeing beyond me. So I would say that the very beautiful gift we can always give ourselves when we go through trauma or come out from trauma is the gift of reinvention. That no matter how far you've gone, no matter how bad these things have been in your life, you can always start again and you can always become better than you were the last time. That would be my contribution.
Thank you for sharing those contributions, Esta. Sam, we're going to come over to you. I keep consistently hearing this thematic of community, and hold tight, Tiffany, Miriam, and Murray. We're coming to you right around the corner. But Sam, I keep hearing this consistent thematic of community, and I think about the human code, if you will, through the ages and generations of time, if you will, and all the things that matter when it comes to the human heartbeat, human centricity, and all that come, the healing properties that may come within community itself, as Molly had expressed, if you will. Sam, what does this mean to you? What are you saying to those that find themselves in the line of fire of traumatic experience?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm very passionate about that. I have a history of severe endometriosis, and there was a lot of trauma with that journey, and others as well, with just losing your identity, and realizing who you are, like really getting into your soul, connecting knowing yourself well enough to connect with your soul, to listen to yourself. You talked about us being so busy, and it's like Esther said, permission granted to slow down, breathe, get introspective, know who you are, not who you're told to be, not who you've been, surrounded by, what we've maybe learned to be or told to be or understood to be. It's human being, right? It's being a human. And so for me, that's where the element of the human code and just knowing that unifies us internationally, right? If we're human, we are born with the human code inside of us. It is our zones of genius, and that connects us. And that is authentic community in itself. And so just getting to where we can raise up high enough, our vibrational energy up high enough to go past, to look beyond the politics, look beyond the all of the other elements that may divide us, and we're not meant to all get along. That we need diversity, right? From that perspective, to have that same perspective, we want the different perspectives, but we need to bring ourselves up, elevated to a frequency and a level at which we can treat each other with respect and dignity, and that's what it's about for me.
It's very powerful, Sam. As I sit here and listen under the sound of your expression, I certainly think it's something that Anjali had just expressed when it comes to the identity that we may place on ourselves of this trauma that we may find ourselves inflicted with, and to know that there's still a normalcy, the colloquial sentiment of us all being human, having that relatability, and we're all suffering things that are common to man, if you will, if I could put it like that. And somebody at some point is going through something, whether we just had a nice day of a latte or a tea. But Maria, I kind of want to come over to you, and then Miriam and Tiffany, we're going to right around the corner with you. Marie, we talk about trauma. We talk about survival. This is part of the thematic of this event. You understand that intimately. What do you have to share with us? An audience, the reason we're at, these are conversations that do need to happen, that should happen, because we are talking to machines more than ever before. And we don't want to lose the opportunity to be able to talk to those that have a heartbeat. And it will intersect with technology. I promise you that. This is GatherVerse. But first, we want to be able to look at these things and to be able to take advantage of technology to communicate with people, strangers, if you will, sharing this moment together. We've never been in the same room all together before. We've never been this way. But here we are unpacking and sharing expressions of things that have impacted some of us for years. What do you have to say to those that find themselves in this situation, Marie, when it comes to surviving?
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, I think we're all human, right? I remember, I love telling stories. I remember before I was diagnosed with cancer, I'm originally from West Africa, Guinea. Moving to the United States was always my dream, getting my MBA, owning my own business. When I got here, I felt like I was living the dream, and just being misdiagnosed at 29, waiting 2 years later just to find out I was stage 3 going on stage 4. That day was one of the darkest days of my life, because here I was before cancer. I always exercised, I ate right, I did everything that I could. So when I heard you have cancer, it was very surprising. It was like, what did I do wrong? I even questioned God. I mean, I always been very spiritual as a child growing up in West Africa. So I questioned even God. I said, why me? Why did I have to be diagnosed with cancer? So if you're listening to this, just know that sometime when things happen, it's not that our creator doesn't love you enough, or it's not that you've done something wrong. It's just that life happens. And what I took away from my experience of surviving cancer is that I wouldn't be able to become an ambassador for American Cancer Society if I didn't go through that experience. I mean, of course, I don't wish it on anybody, but it doesn't matter. Mine is cancer. Yours could be losing your job, going through a divorce, whatever it is. Just know that we all have different testing times in life. And community, everybody's talking about community. Yes, American Cancer Society was my community. I was volunteering. All my family was back home in West Africa. So I fought here with community. So yeah, I think we just have to remember that no matter what we're going through in life, we all go through different testing times, and just coming to a place where maybe I lean on my faith. I leaned on my positive attitude, my love for myself and others, and visualizing a better future for myself while I was
Right.
fighting cancer. And I talk
Right.
about that in my book. But if you're listening to this and you're going through your testing time, just know that you're not alone, just like we just talked about. Just know that the things that you can do to control is maybe self-care, exercising, moving your body, meditating, praying, those things you can control. But the things that you can't control, just know that you're not alone and you'll come out of it stronger.
Okay. Thank you, Marie. Thank you so much. And Miriam, I want to route over that. She talks about self-care, Marie just did. I know that you're about it. You're about that life with everybody bliss. Let's just go ahead and route over that. And then Tiffany, we're coming square right there with you.
Absolutely. Yeah. So personally, I am a survivor of complex trauma. When I was 13 years old, my father was killed on 9/11. I have lost both my parents before I was 25 years old. I've been a survivor of breast cancer, like you name it, right? And when I think about the nature of trauma, it is something that happens, it's too much for our nervous systems, and it happens too quickly for us to manage and process, right? And so when I think about even the name of this panel, The Art of Survival, there is a time to just survive. And I think during times of extreme trauma, extreme loss, whatever those trials and tribulations may be, which are so individual for each of us, right? There is a moment in time when we're just trying to keep our heads above water and trying to take a deep breath, right? And I think that there are other times when it is time to thrive. It is time to care for ourselves in a different way. And life does shift and change. And so I think when it comes to self-care, when we're in these chapters and moments of survival, it's about like, what can I do to survive? What do I need right now, right? What kind of support do I need? Maybe I need to eat the pizza, maybe that is the most nourishing choice for me at this moment in time. Maybe it's a bubble bath or whatever that is, or maybe it's just calling a friend and like having a scream and a cry, right? And so I think when it comes to, surviving and trauma, there really is a grace that I think that we all have to give ourselves, where it's not always the exact right time to heal and to put like all of our pieces and all of our actions into place. Like sometimes it is a time to grieve and to take a step back and to fall apart a little bit. And there is always going to be a time for us to heal and change and evolve. And I think that's the nature of trauma and healing, like Marie was talking about, where we can find purpose through our heartaches and our hardships. And I think that is really what can distinguish, what helps us thrive is how do we create purpose through our pain. And that really has helped us get over that, like the feeling of victimhood. Like we, many of us are victims of our life experiences, but we can be more than that too.
Sure, of course. And thank you so much for the expressions thus far. I have a disclaimer. If you happen to see my eyes watery, just know that somebody's probably cutting an onion next to me. Of course, let me blame it on an onion. But on seriousness, I have this question on the board. We all have this together, but Tiffany, I really want this to come directly to you. The question reads as such, verbatim: what are some of the most overlooked challenges individuals face when their health declines? Because I listen to everyone's intimately with what they just expressed, and Marie and Miriam talking about trauma of surviving cancer, if you will, and Esther coming into a situation that she was ill prepared for and didn't expect, perhaps for some time. And I think about these things, and some things can arrive and go in remission, if you will. And some things that are put upon us, they stay and they're persistent. What does that look like, Tiffany, from this journey that you found yourselves on when it comes to some of the most overlooked challenges that individuals face where their health declines or when it changes?
I think one of the things, let me not say overlooked, one of the things that never came to mind when everything hit, because for me, I went blind. I temporarily lost the ability to walk, and ended up on peritoneal dialysis all within a 6-month span. So there was no room to process at that time. But one of the things that never came to mind was the incredible impact that it had on my family. And I apologize if I get emotional now, but at the time that I got sick, and it did just kind of go out of nowhere, I had to move back home. My father decided he was going to take it upon himself to become a nurse overnight. My mother, at the same time, we had to move my grandmother down. So their home became a hospital, literally overnight. So upstairs, I called the ward. My dad is putting me on dialysis every night, 9 hours every single day, keeping a sterile environment, helping me get to the restroom, to downstairs. My mom is downstairs taking care of my grandmother, who was dealing with dementia at the time, as well as an array of other illnesses. And so, she's bathing, feeding, just hands-on. Mind you, both of my parents are maintaining a full-time job at this current moment. And so, I know I aged my parents, and I know that sounds bad, and they will never, express that with me. They're just happy to see that I'm flourishing at this day. But I realized the impact much later on. I was talking to my parents about an award that I had just received, and I talked about a moment when I was sick, and my dad does not remember. It is completely removed from his mind the times that I was on dialysis. And I realized that is a trauma that he suppressed. And to this day, if I'm doing, webinars or speaking engagements, I can't get him to come out and speak with me because it brings him to a place that is just really hard. And I can't imagine, what it is for a parent, for, my parents, or any parent to have to deal with a child that, and I can say now on the other side, with my husband, we're looking to become parents, but I don't think I could even say that, a couple of years ago. So it's the family aspect that I think a lot of people overlook, and because they're going and they're experiencing this with you. Real quick, even my husband, when I got married, I had a transplant. I was doing really well. And 2 months after we got married, I thought I was pregnant. And indeed, we go to the hospital and they're like, "No, Mrs. Martin, you're experiencing a kidney rejection." Immediately, the honeymoon was over. He couldn't work because he was taking care of me as a full-time caregiver. And I'm in the hospital nonstop. So we were living kind of single lives at one point in time, but I'm having to work a 9 to 5, a 5 to 9, because he's taking care of me, and it just weighed on us. And then we went right into the pandemic.
Sure.
So it's, it is trauma, it's compound trauma, it is complex, it is, you have to make pivots nonstop, and the world keeps going, bills don't stop. And so it is, the magnitude weighs heavily on not just you, but your family. And I think that's one thing that, people overlook.
Thank you for sharing that, Tiffany, and thank you for your transparency, Roundtable. Thank you for your transparency thus far. I want to route on to the other side of things at this intersection that we meet at as well, not only humanity, but technology, because as I sit here and listen to what's being described and expressed, I sit here and ask myself in earnest and sincerity, can technology help alleviate this impact, Sam? When we look at what's technology, we look at this innovative hyperscale that we find ourselves in when it comes to artificial intelligence and other emerging technologies, when it comes to what it is that we're coming into close, intimate contact with in our daily lives now. It's simply more than just applications and what's on our mobile phones, but the invasiveness of technology, even in the health sector and the theater, if you will, is becoming more present. Do we see something on the other side of this when it comes to alleviation and for betterment when it comes to technology and dealing with these traumatic situations?
I
I think so. I'm an optimistic person. I think I'm an adult drives us so much so that you can build a case pro and against for probably everything. But I do feel, yes, there is a light on the other side, or we're continuously at multiple intersections. And maybe it's more, you said intersection, it made me think of transportation, logistics, and I'm thinking, is it more like a roundabout? Maybe it's a little bit more like a roundabout, right? When we come in and we go around a little bit and we come back out, it's that kind of intersection for me. I'm trying to think. Well, I personally am an advocate for how we co-create. That's the key word there. Co-create for metaverse moving forward. That digital version of us as we are as a humanity, right? That's gonna. I also say we're only as good as our data oftentimes, right? And so that's back to the element of, I wrote her name down, but I may mess it up. Is it Ellie that was on before us? And sure. I thought that, yeah. And, I just thought that it was a very powerful statement about the bias in our data. And when we gather, how is that, whether it's conscious or unconscious bias? But that's a big talk right now with AI, right? Is the prompting and where's the data coming from and how clean is the data. It's, how clean or contaminated, right? And so I just think that to answer your question, yes, as long as we as human beings don't expect technology to drive our every thought and decision, right? Use it as a tool. That's what it is. Technology is our tool.
And of this tool, Marie, and then Miriam will come into you, and then Angeline next. Of this tool, when we think about cancer, it's just a force to be reckoned with in this earth, and has been for generations. Are you seeing breakthrough opportunities? No wrong or right answer here, but are you seeing any breakthrough opportunities with this launch and scale of artificial intelligence when it comes to addressing cancer? Marie.
Yes, thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, I was diagnosed 13 years ago, and I had to go through 16 set of chemo and radiations. And radiation, it's run by technology. So now you look at people that are fighting cancer. When I'm mentoring other or sharing my story, I meet other women that are fighting cancer that they don't have to do 16 set of chemo or radiation as much as I did. So, and some of them they don't even lose their hair or their eyebrows. So I think technology has really helped us to finding a cure, or hopefully one day finding a cure for cancer. That's what I would want. Everybody would want that. But I think, yeah, I mean, as much as I remember when I was diagnosed, I had friends telling me, maybe you should just do the natural way and eat healthy and take care of yourself that way. But I remember going into a doctor's office, and I would never forget this doctor. And he just looked at me and said, science is here to save you too, just like you believe in God. God is using us. And that was a really good story for him to say that, because I always remember that doctor. We need science, we need technology, and God can't come here and save us, but he will use technology and doctors to help us, right? So I just wanted to share that. I think it's changing because of technology. Everything is changing in the treatments. I mean, if you think about radiation, that's technology. So, and some of us need radiation to be able to survive cancer. So,
go ahead, Marie. I have to. I mean, this is just fascinating because, my goodness, I feel like we're coming full circle from the first roundtable that we had today, Miriam. When we talk about technology and saying that we need it, where some people have expressed today, no wrong or right, in their impression that if technology was available, let's say, for example, on the surgical theater, would you allow this artificial intelligence, somewhat semi-conscious machine, operate on you, and to deal with what is so personal to us is these bodies we inhabit, if I can say it like that? Miriam, you're dealing with everybody, bless. We're talking about something that's so personal, something that's so right here at home, if you will. Are we ready? And are we ready? Because some of this is coming whether we like it or not. These services will be available to us. We can accept or reject it. But some of us will find ourselves in situations where this is the only option, where there may not be a practitioner, there may not be a specialist or a surgeon to meet us where we need, but a machine. Are we ready for this, Miriam? Is it time?
I'm not sure. I mean, when you said that, I was like, I don't think I'm ready for that. I'm not ready for a machine to operate on me without human supervision. And at the same time, there is so much human error. And so I think it is a really interesting question. I think I think we're not even there in terms of it improving our preventative care. So it's an interesting conversation to think about it being like a curative, standalone, human hands-off process. Just to kind of add on to this conversation, that what Marie was talking about in terms of technology and cancer care, I think that there is a lot that has been done in the last decade or two in terms of even prevention. So it's like we're talking about, this hope, obviously, to find a cure for cancer, of course, right? But when we think about how far the science has come already, we know so much more about genetic predisposition, and who should be getting screened more and who should be asking what questions more. There's also research has gotten a lot further. Our treatment and the way that the drugs that are being used, the technology in terms of mastectomy and implants, right? And care for after. I remember, so my mother was also a cancer survivor, and she had a double mastectomy back in 2001. And I had a double mastectomy in 2019. And it is incredible. Like, I just remember being, a child, being a teenager and looking at her body and being like, she was kind of mutilated. She looked like it was pretty rough, right? The scars on her stomach and her breasts. And I, look at my body now and I'm like, wow, the technology has just come so far. Like, you can't even see my scars unless I'm pointing them out, right? And so just even in terms of like quality of life, right, and how women feel about their bodies through these surgeries and through these treatments have come a tremendous way. I'm not sure if I'm ready to let a machine operate on me just yet, though. So that's my answer. I'm not sure how other people feel about it, but
I would think the majority of people may acquiesce to your way of thinking on this, and certainly no wrong or right answer. It feels a bit very pioneer when we see these medical feats come to play, and they're only arriving more sooner. And that brings me to you, Anjali, as someone that has spent time in this space, in this sector, when it comes to the medical theater, when it comes to technology, advanced technologies. Are these two worlds coming closer together, or have they never been more further apart?
So I actually, during my healthcare career, I spent over 20 years in healthcare before I entered the coaching space, but I started on the surgical side. So it's coincidence that you mentioned that, but I was a scrub tech for 5 years primarily. And then I kept playing that role as I went into healthcare management. But, as some of the ladies have already mentioned, we've seen, just in the surgical suite, I used to do surgeries where we would have what we call open procedures, where we would completely open up somebody, like their abdominal cavity, to do surgical procedures and whatever it is that they needed to address. But I also, in my time that I spent in the surgical suite, was able to see laparoscopic procedures come into play where they were less invasive. People didn't have these huge scars. They just had, tiny little scars in different areas of their bodies. But, that was an advancement. And then I also saw robotics come into surgery where, doctors didn't even need to be in the surgical suite. They would be in another room with a device, a robot actually operating on their patients. And again, more, less invasive and more technology coming more into it. And so, I think definitely, I don't think that they're necessarily farther apart. I think we are starting to see that in healthcare with technology, that we're really starting to, use technology more and more as a tool in what it is that we're doing in terms of healthcare. But again, I think we just always need to, remember kind of that question that you pitched at Miriam is like, do we want an actual non-human doing surgery on us? And I feel the same. I'm not quite there yet, but, just kind of remembering that technology, again, is a tool. It's not really replacing what only us as humans can provide.
Thank you so much, Anjali. And Molly, I want to come over to you because with the work that you're doing in dealing with abusive spaces, if you will, dealing with situations that people never want to be on the other end of, I know that we have so much that's being developed for innovation, for technology, for cancer prevention and dealing with cancer mitigation and dealing with a number of different situations, whether it's going from old school surgery to laparoscopic with incisions, cuts that Anjali has just spoke at. But we also realize that with technology, there's still some areas where wouldn't it be great for innovators to know what they can do to be able to deal with these type of situations that you're confronting and that you're dealing with? Do you feel like there's enough support in this space technically for the work that you're doing?
Well, there's always room for more. For domestic abuse survivors or victims, the technology sometimes can be a two-edged sword. Technology can be a way that the abuser spies on their victim, victimizes somebody that they're in an intimate partner relationship with. But I think the pros outweigh the negative. There's just in the last couple of years, there's been so much added to our technology resources for victims to have access to that we didn't before. When I left my abusive relationship, I didn't know that there were websites that had hotlines, websites that had online resources for helping victims either identify their abuse, identify shelters, help them recognize red flags, and then help them get out of an abusive relationship safely. Those resources are online right now. Is there opportunity for more? Yes. There's opportunity for education. There's opportunity for getting in front of different audiences that like in schools to help young generations recognize red flags, recognizing toxic behavior, and hopefully preventing domestic abuse. Also, I hope that technology can help get in front of potential abusers to help educate them on inappropriate behaviors, setting boundaries. Another thing that technology is helping us survive after we leave the relationship, helping us recognize that there's trauma. I remember Esther mentioning in the very beginning that part of healing is recognizing that this trauma wasn't our fault. And that's one of the stigmas of domestic abuse, is that the victim caused the abuse to happen, which is a total falsehood. The trauma and the victimization was a choice made by the abuser. So the other traumas that the panel members have experienced, I would say every one of them could say, well, this wasn't my fault. I exercised. Why did I come down with cancer? Why was my family member or I subjected to an accident or a trauma like losing a parent in 9/11? So technology is there, I think, to help us. AI is going to learn what we need, and I look forward to it. That it's only going to expand. It's only going to improve. And I don't know that I'm ready for the robot to operate on me, but I would go in for a arthroscopic knee surgery, knowing that the doctor, the surgeon, is in the next room. I think that's fascinating.
Indeed, and thank you, Molly. And there's much that comes to mind, Esta, based on the heels of what Molly said. And then after Esta, we're going to go through our lightning questions. But I will say this as on a very intimate level. I don't know, audience, if you see what I'm seeing here, and perhaps our roundtable panelists are, but could you just not see the interconnectedness between each of you that have come to arrive to speak today? We have those that have just been in the life-saving theater, and when it comes to helping save lives, as was Angeli, we've had those that have escaped out of traumatic situations that's led to the need for mental wellness. We've had those that have survivors of incredible, afflicting disease and ailment. And we have those that really see the precious need for community and support, because nobody wants to be alone in these particular situations. But you know what else I see? I have to say that we build these AI models, we build technology so absent from those who can help make it so much better. But every single individual person here, I fully believe that you could build incredible technology based on their living, given experiences. And how much more would that technology be better? If we're going to extend reality, then we must bring reality with it. But Esta, I sit here and say to myself, I think about the mental capacity of this, whether you are a doctor, because our frontline workers, and Angela, you can testify to this, they need mental health as well, with what it is that they come in contact with, the things that are happening in this world. And Esta, we talk about this. Molly brought you up in reference. We have it here where we talk about the emotional and mental health intersect. Give us just some brief remarks on the importance of mental health and how we deal with this and why it's healthy for all of us, whether we're dealing with something traumatic or not.
Okay, so I'm very passionate about mental health, and I think that I didn't know how deep this was until I experienced it myself, right? I used to look at fitness from my physical health perspective until I realized that health is holistic, right? And I knew this for a long time, but I hadn't experienced it. So when I was working out, I was fit, I now experienced a health challenge. Beyond menopause, I experienced cervical spondylosis. As someone who was a professional dancer, my career came to an end, right? I was told that I could not dance anymore. I danced for over 20 years. That's what I knew. That's how I lived. That was what my life was about. So I came to a point where I was no longer allowed to dance because each time I do, I get in pain and all of that. Now, I began to unlock the importance of mental health when that happened to me. I began to see that I could have a perfect body. I could have a perfect shape. I could be in the best shape of my life, but I'm not mentally stable, right? And that also can affect me. There's a mind and body connection when it comes to our health. And our mental health and emotional health is so closely related to our physical health, right? So how you think affects how you feel. And how you feel decides your state, right? Your state, whether productive or unproductive. So it's important that I believe that mental health actually starts with you, but I believe that it's a collective responsibility. It's not just my responsibility to learn more about mental health. It's the responsibility of everyone. It's a collective responsibility, because if I am on this space with you and you don't know what it takes to be mentally healthy, you're going to be putting me at risk almost every time. Your conversations are going to be attacking me. So all of us need to learn this skill. So I believe that mental health knowledge is a future skill. It's a skill that we need. Even in our family, in our workplaces, it's something that everybody needs, right? So the connection is largely around for me, I see a large, what kind of like brings it to the surface is stress. Stress is just a factor that we do not know. Stress kills, and the way it kills is a silent killer, right? It shows up in different phases of our lives. But the ability to manage our mental health through awareness, through education, through self-care, and through a healthy community is golden.
Your words are golden. This is our last question that we have, and I ask that you please roundtable. Let's just keep it under 30 seconds or less. Each of you have said, I feel almost undeserving to be able to ask this based on the time that you've already given, but I have to ask. This final question that we have here, this is the final question for day one. How can family, employers, and communities better support individuals facing these challenges? You got 30 seconds or less, please. Let's just start with you, Molly.
I'd say first, have empathy. Empathy can go such a long way to giving authenticity to, I'll use the word victim, but what the victim or the survivor is going through. They didn't ask for the trauma. They didn't ask for the illness. They didn't ask for the abuse. Employers can help in such a big way because sometimes coming to work is the safe place. So starting with a place of empathy.
Sure. Thank you, Molly. Tiffany, please.
Molly took the word right out of my mouth, but empathy, but I'll say flexibility, particularly with the workplace. Remote work benefits everybody from caregiver to the person dealing with the disability. It was proven to work during the pandemic, and it can still work. And so I would just say flexibility, and not just use remote work as just one example of it. But and just a real quick callback, I actually had all of my surgeries done with the surgeon and robotics. So that's why I smiled when everybody talked about it. But yeah, so.
We'll have to have you back one day to be able to express that, if you will, Tiffany. Thank you so much. We have great remarks so far, but let's go over to you, Miriam.
I think when individuals face health challenges, there's so much support that families, communities, employers can provide, from everything from like logistical, right? From meal support to supporting people through doctor's appointments, childcare, so I think that from like a logistical perspective. But I also think, as community members, friends, family, we want to fix. I think that's just a tense, especially as women, right? Like we want to make people feel better. We want to fix. And I think with certain health challenges, there's no fixing. There's no making it better necessarily. There's nothing that we can do. And I think, when I've gone through my various ailments, people are like, oh, it's going to be okay, right? And actually it's not okay. And sometimes it's okay for it to not be okay. And hearing that can be very, very triggering, I think, for some people going through those experiences. So I think one of the most valuable things that we can do as friends, again, family, community members, is be a non-judgmental witness, being able to be like, this is going to be hard, acknowledging the difficulty, but I'm here with you and I'm not going anywhere and I'm here, right? And just being able to say that is so calming and reassuring from someone's nervous system and for their lived experience going through whatever they're experiencing. So I know that's been really helpful for me, and it's something that I hope is helpful for all of you.
Thank you, Miriam. We'll keep that close. Esther, dropping down to you.
Okay, so I would just say for the workspace, there are three things I'm very big on. I believe that work should be flexible. I believe that work should be fun. And I believe that work should be fulfilling. This is very huge for workspaces. I just want to summarize it because I have a lot to say, but largely, work should be flexible, fun, and fulfilling. And it shouldn't be a space where people come and feel like they need to run out of there. It should be a place that is inclusive. It allows everyone to be themselves and supports everybody's differences, regardless of their challenges, physical or mental health challenges. It should provide support for every single person that works there.
Sure. Thank you so much. And so far we have empathy, flexibility. It's okay to not be okay, and fun and fulfilling. Sam, we got you next.
Christopher, I wish we had like an infinite amount of time to talk about this, because to bundle it in 30 seconds is so difficult, but I'm going to try. So for me, everything that we have just talked about is an element of is what the human code was built on. The core foundation is lens of love, right? How can we see ourselves from a self-awareness point and see others? So how can our family, our friends, our employers see us? You know, when someone says, I see you, it's not visually see you. I see you. I get you. I understand you. And so for me, communication is so critical in that element of connecting us, because most stress can be related to some form of misunderstanding or, misdelivered messaging, something like that. So really resonates with me. Lens of love.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you for sharing that. This intimate. Marie.
Yes, yeah, I'm going to try to be quick. This is for family. I would say I remember my mother helping me when I was sick, flying all the way from Africa to here. And I remember sometimes when we're sick, we don't mean to, but we become a little snappy at family members that are trying to really help us. So I think for family is just know that when you're a caregiver, just know sometimes when the person is snapping, it's not to you, it's just they're going through their own mental overcoming their challenge, right? For employers, I would say I remember at the time I was getting promoted all the time until I was diagnosed with cancer. So I was missing a lot of work, and my employer was not happy. So they tried to lay me off or get me to quit. So for employers, I would say really know that if you have your biggest assets is your employees. And if they're sick, it's not that they're not an asset anymore. So they're not replaceable just because they're ill. So really having compassion, like everybody else said, for your employee is really important. And life happens. And for community, I think instead of asking, can I cook for you or can I do this for you? Just do it. Because most of the time people don't want to be a burden to their community when they're not doing well. So instead of asking, just do it. If just fix them a meal, leave it at their door.
Heartfelt. Thank you, Marie.
Thank
Anjali.
you.
Yeah, so incredible tips and responses that everybody's given, and I think I'm just going to kind of piggyback on pieces of what everybody has said. One of the things that I'm always kind of boiling down for my leadership coaching clients is that leadership and really, life, it's all about the human experience. And I know that, everyone has kind of touched on that with empathy and flexibility and things like that. But, one of the things that I've also noticed when it comes to individuals facing challenges, whether they be some type of trauma, like a death in the family or cancer, things like that, you have people that kind of, come and support you and sometimes kind of over support you, but then we have some people who react in the opposite way. They disappear. They don't know what to say because they don't know how to help you. And so, it's in those circumstances, in hindsight, we're kind of like, oh, I should have done this for that person. But, if you find yourself in that place, just know that it's okay that you don't know what to do or say. And just come alongside that person and say, just be honest, just be transparent and vulnerable. I'm so sorry that you're going through what you're going through right now. I want to support you, but I don't know how. Tell me how I can support you, and just have an honest conversation. So I'll just wrap it with that.
And you wrapped it well. You wrapped it with empathy, flexibility. It's okay to not be okay to get okay. We wrapped it with fulfillment, a lens of love, compassion, and understanding, and leadership. Thank you so much for making this possibly one of the greatest GatherVerse Day ones we've ever had, and the way you've been helping to end this. You've done it with integrity. You've done it with transparency, audience. I hope that you would take time to go and support and to be able to gather with each of these speakers that are with us today. They have a journey. They have more to share. And I believe together in collaboration and community globally, we could make impact together. Nobody has the playbook for this. We all must be vulnerable. so that we can get further, and hopefully we get further together. I could truly say that our gather was well. Thank you for your time. Take good care. Goodbye. This brings us to the end of GatherVerse Women's Summit, Day 1. There was much expressed and there was much that was given today, delivered. If I had to be completely transparent, I felt like this was out of my league. And I come to find out that it is. But that's all right, because in GatherVerse, we have people in the community that's not out of their league, that they were built for this. It was primed and ready to go. That we didn't have to be alone today, that there are those that were able to use their own testimonies, their own experiences to be able to bring to the table, to the narrative, to share, to care, and to deliver. We never know what's going to happen in the next moment. We're not promised tomorrow, and certainly not the rest of the day. That every moment is precious. I know this is a GatherVerse Women's Health Summit, but as a man, I've gained so much. With empathy and understanding, and so much more of a drawn appreciation. You never know what somebody's going through in life. Be kind. Be compassionate. Be patient. And perhaps even be willing to suffer just a little. Tomorrow, we had the conclusion of our Women's Health Summit, GatherVerse Day 2. There's a lot to unpack and to explore. To all of you that are with us at GatherVerse.live and elsewhere on our various social streams, we're thankful for you. You're in our hearts, collectively. If there was ever a time to care in this life, if there is ever a time to be aware, to breathe just a little more, let's slow down so that we can move fast together. If there's ever time for the need for empathy and listening and understanding, now is that time. Graciously and gratefully, I'm thankful. Our gather was well. And on the next time, when we meet tomorrow, may our gather be well. Good night. Good day. Take care.
when he's on a drug. Oh, mothers, tell your children not to do what I have done. Spend your lives in sin and misery in the house of the rising sun. Well, I got one foot on the platform, the other foot on the trail. Going back to New Orleans to wear that ball and chain. Well, there is a house in New Orleans they call the Rising Sun, and it's been the ruin of many a poor boy, and God